Sorry.
Everybody.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
There's not really.
Okay, we are going to get the RTMPTRT meeting started here. James, can you do a roll call for us?
Sure. Megan Metcalf,
Here.
Counselor Kenny,
Here.
Jim Winkleman,
Here.
Kelly Moran,
Here.
Mike Leander.
Here.
Right, everyone is here.
Excellent. Seems like we probably have some people here for public comment. If anybody would like to comment now, I'd also like to hold a little bit of space at the end of the meeting for comment, but is anybody wishing to make comment before we get started? Dan has his hand up.
Mr. Barclay.
Yeah, Dan Barclay, Oak Ridge, Oregon. Just sat through the presentation from Lane County. It's very informative and for the most part, pretty accurate. Although I think at one point somebody said that the RTMP is in addition to TRT. RTMP is a piece of the TRT, not in addition. So anyhow, to start with, as a disclaimer, I have absolutely no animosity toward anyone or organization applying for these funds, but wanted to share information that may provide clarity. For simplicity, I'll present my concerns, suggestions in order of complexity. And, you know, I don't know that I've ever even had a discussion with Priscilla or Michelle, but, you know, these are all decent people that Michelle actually voted for. And a few discussions I've had with Brock and Gene, you know, it's been a while, but they, you know, they were, quite frankly, they were pleasant and so on and so forth. But on with that, as far as the Sasquatch Festival, in fairness, there is no performance history or personal knowledge of Sasquatch Festival, but it does sound at least interesting on a personal level. One thing I would say about all the packages, it would be naive to think that somebody's going to come to this committee or council requesting funding or something to their benefit and not present a case that makes it look like it's also good for the city. And we take it at face value, and that's fine. You know, and we probably should. However, it's naive to think that there wouldn't be exaggeration, embellishment, so on and so forth. So I think all packages suffer that. But anyhow, as far as the Sasquatch Festival, that one's easy. I have nothing to say because I don't know anything about it. There's no proven data. There's, you know, forecast on room stays that hasn't proven itself, but I don't know one way or the other whether it will succeed or fail. Moving on to the keg and cask request. At the July 20th, 23 meeting, the motion was made and approved by council awarding last year's keg and cask the $2,494.90 RTMP balance with no more than $1,000 in funds going forward. And going forward, this committee should award no more than $1,000 consistent with council action. As far as the Uber request, Uber received $964.12 in TRT funds at the May 4th meeting. While Uber members certainly install and maintain those baskets, it may be more accurate stating that Uber members maintain hanging baskets purchased with TRT or public funds. And just for perspective, the Uber input lists an expense of $2,500 for hanging baskets and requesting $1,500 of that in TRT money. That figure, the $2,500, translates into 72 baskets at Rogers Gardens, which I've bought by the truckload from them before, in Springfield, that would be placed at a rate of 12 baskets for every block of the Uptown Business District. The amount requested should be reduced to a more realistic amount, in my opinion. I mean, they look nice, but does anybody actually say, hey, let's take a road trip to Oak Ridge and look at the hanging baskets? But they do look nice, and I will give them that. You know, again, on the Uber request, 10 years ago when the billboard was erected, the CEO was directed to draft a memorandum of understanding reflecting the billboard as city property on paper. At least council and the planning commission were told that Uber would retain responsibility for maintenance and upkeep of the sign. At least the Highway 58 billboard refresh piece of their request should be considered upkeep, maintenance, and that amount should be eliminated. And a lot of this, you're trying to shove just shy of $57,000 into a $50,000 sock. It's not going to fit. And thus far, there's already $7,000-8,000 reductions there. Moving on to the Chamber of Commerce. At the January 2nd, the second meeting in January, council tabled a chamber request of $5,650 with an additional expectation from Westford for $1,500. That request has become $15,800 with an expectation of $5,000 from Westford, or a total of $20,800. If approved, that amount would equal 84% of the total chamber budget proposed for 24. That's not uncommon. The chamber budget for 2022 and 2008 actually relied on 74% and 80% public subsidy from public funds for those 2 years. Any business or group that routinely relies on that level of funding outside sources should take a hard look from within. I mean, if you had a household and you have one expense consuming 80% of your resources, or business with one area consuming 80% of your resources, you're going to be out of business, or your household is going to have some serious financial problems. If the organizational mission of the chamber is promoting businesses and tourism, an individual hired to pursue the organizational goals seems redundant, if not unnecessary. I think the chamber probably needs to work on membership, which is less than half of what it was not so long ago in its heyday when it was running 78, 80 members. And now it's roughly 40, and about half of that are individuals and non-Oak Ridge organic businesses. As far as the bus fare, and first off, I will give Brock a lot of credit. He is the one event that actually produces a after the post event summary. He actually does produce that, and it looks good on paper with the pie charts and the demographics and all the data and so on and so forth. But if you take a close look at it, he claims $12,500 in TRT RTMP funds, and completely ignores the $5,900 fee waiver that was withheld from the Parks Department budget. No mention whatsoever. So $18,500, or roughly half of the budget for the 2023 bus fare, came out of public coffers. And some of the data is incorrect. There is no such thing as a $221 room in Oak Ridge. None, not one. Eugene, maybe, Springfield, Florence, other places, but not Oak Ridge. And it relies too heavily on input from Wayne County or even the state of Oregon, and not enough on what's actually happening in Oak Ridge. At no point, Tree Planting Festival used to do it, and that's been a lot of years ago. Nobody has bothered checking with the motels, because the only person that knows if an overnight stay is generated is the person checking into a room or accommodation and the person checking them in. That's the only two people. And unless you check with one of them, you're never going to know. You're just going to have what the promoter or organizer tells you. The budget last year to this year, the budget increased from 36,000 to 55,000. I imagine that's because it's an extended venue with more presentations and a longer stay and so on and so forth. But that's pretty big jump one year to the next. And the other issue I have, and it's probably between Brock and Department of Revenue, or at least the Department of Revenue question. No room taxes are collected from the schoolies that are paying a fee to camp. They bring their converted school buses, and we get in the porta potties and the dumpsters and the so on and so forth. And the exemption is based on a 30-day exemption for lodging facilities that operate less than 30 days a year. That's not events or necessarily, that's lodging facilities that have toilets that actually flush instead of hauling them in or renting them, in my opinion. But that's, like I said, that's a question for somebody else. And the overnight stays per location are incorrect. As an example, we were listed as nobody from last year's bus fare, when we actually had a food vendor in one of our rooms for 2 nights. And because they wanted to plug in their food truck, we traded them electricity for a couple of loaded baked potatoes. And they absolutely stayed here, and they've already booked for this year. So the data is not, it's a little bit misleading and incomplete is my point, I guess. And, you know, the overnight room stays where people are staying at your conventional lodging facilities, motels and whatever, they're going to generate about $200 in room tax collection, thereabout. And Oak Ridge, you know, after the state keeps 100% and the county keeps 90% for Springfield and Eugene, we're going to get back a $20 note for Oak Ridge, TRT, RTMP. So, I mean, there's concerns all across the board. Some of them, you know, this committee was appointed by council. Why would they forward a recommendation to vet these applications and make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed before they present a recommendation, a sound recommendation to council, or spend at a level to where there is absolutely nothing left after, well, last year was the first month of the current budget, and leaves nothing for the shoulder seasons. There ought to be a process to where, you know, you're not spending the room tax money quicker than it can be generated. And those are just, you know, make your life easy. Just follow the procedures and the rules and the council decisions and so on and so forth that are already in place. And you know, cull the herd a little bit. Thank you.
Moving on, next thing on the agenda is to approve the minutes. I move that we approve minutes from last meeting.
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Great, the ayes have it. All right, and the next thing that I would like to do is have a discussion between members of the committee about the budgets and figure out exactly where we're at with RTMP and TRT totals so that we have a starting point to know where we can allocate funds from. Dawn, I know that you have done pretty much all of the research on this for us.
I actually had help, but yeah, we did a lot of research.
So if you could help lead this discussion, James, can you share the documents?
I can do that, but what button am I supposed to push to make it?
Oh, it's there.
We can see it, but I don't know if they can see it.
Oh, yeah, so, minimize that. And then, share screen. Maybe not the up, but like, just to the left of that where the big up arrow is, right here. Just, right. All right. There we go. Now everybody can see what we're talking about. And if you'll make that,
Can't get.
yeah.
I'll move it down.
Which ones?
So if we're gonna be discussing where we're at currently,
Yes.
I can see, I already double checked with, looking it up on this document, that the numbers that are in this report are accurate for what's been entered into our city software for financials. So where it says we've received, and we currently have on the RTMP side, $33,000 in revenue and $12,000 in expenses.
Mhm.
Those have been entered into the city's financials.
Okay.
However, it doesn't mean that that the checks have actually been verified to have been cleared. If, James, if you could scroll over from on the very bottom there, that bar, that the long bar to that side, sorry. Right there, scroll over to the far side. So see that column
Mhm.
I have, has not cleared, has not cleared, has not cleared. So I don't know why they haven't cleared the bank yet. I don't know if that means they got paid in credit card, or which wouldn't be registered in the bank. Or if they literally, like down there, the 3,335 from Travel Lake County was written in early December. I
Mhm.
have noticed historically, there are a lot of times when a check literally takes like 6 months before it clears. And I don't know. I have no idea why that would be. Likely more on the side of the person who received it than on our side. I don't
Yeah.
know though. So all I know that if they did cash all the checks that have been entered into the system, then these totals are what would be left in the fund at this time, if the fund is accurate to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay. And is there a question of if the fund is accurate to begin with?
I have extreme concerns of that, yes.
Yes, starting with, it's showing a beginning fund balance of $2,494.90. My recollection, what I was told by the finance director last year, is that we ran out of RTMP money, which is why we gave Keg and Cask Festival a weird amount of like $2,400 and something dollars, because we didn't have the full 2,500. But now it is going 2,900, 2,494.90 as a beginning fund balance, in addition to the 31,369, which we definitely received in December from the county. So that 31,369 is accurate. Whether or not we actually had this roughly $2,500 to begin with, I don't know. It also could be that it's earmarked and that the reimbursements haven't come in yet, or reimbursements could have been put on TRT instead of RTMP. I don't know. My second question is, it's showing $6,500 in expenditures so far, but the only expenditures I recall from RTMP recently was the 2,500 to the Disc Golf Association, the Oak Ridge Disc Golf Club,
In January.
in January.
There was a
I don't know the-
$3,400 something at a city council meeting a couple months ago that went to Lane County that came from one of them.
Yeah,
That's
3,000.
TRT.
That's
Okay.
TRT.
Yeah, gee.
But I don't know, so.
Who would know? That's kind of scary if we don't know where $6,500 is.
I have asked, I've asked for that information and I have not received it. So I don't, so the 6,500, I know where 2,500 came from, the Disc Golf Club, the other 4,000, I don't know.
Well, one thing I'll point out, to be fair on that, is that that total would be from July 1st, 2023 to current. Because the city runs on a fiscal year and this committee runs on a calendar year. So there is a gap there. However, well, I'll say two things. One is, I think that this committee, from this point forward, should always focus on what we know we've been awarded for this year, until we have figured out exactly where we really are. And number two, one thing I do want to work on with council, that's not really open for discussion here because it's a council matter, but one thing is, what I discovered in my research is that there were some transfers made from these funds to the Parks Fund last year and in prior years that should not have been made because motions were not made for them to do that. So I think there was an error somewhere that needs to be addressed. So I think this fund is going to end up with money that we don't think we have.
Okay, but
Possible.
it's possible that we have less money than we think we've been awarded. Well, I mean, we know we got that amount, but
We know we got the 31,369.
but, and we know that we, awarded 2,500. But then there's an extra 4,000. Yeah. That we're not sure about.
You said
So-
that could have been monies was spent between July 1st and December 1st or December 30th, because they go off of a different year than we.
But there should be
But it still
a
should
very
say
easy
something.
way in the financial accounting to say, to give numbers based on
Yeah.
this year. So this number does say it's for the fiscal period ending.
The end of January this year, yeah. That means from July 1st to January 31st is,
And
I also saw that several of the park waivers had been waived and then it came out of the TRT fund, and I was gonna ask, did we vote on that, or is that just something that happened?
no,
that's a council decision.
yeah, and that's
waivers.
what Don was mentioning, that there were a number of transfers that were just supposed to be waivers of park fee waivers. That's all they were supposed to be. However, some of those waivers, instead of just being waivers, money was taken out of TRT or RTMP and put into the parks budget without council's authorization. Those errors can be fixed if it's within this fiscal year, but they can't be fixed for prior fiscal years. The only potential way around that is during the budget process, which we're about to start next month, is we could potentially transfer money back from the Parks Fund to TRT or RTMP based on, but that's a total potential. We don't know if that's gonna happen.
A long way from
Yeah.
today, too.
Yeah. Bottom line for RTMP, we know we got the 31,369 for sure. We know that we've spent at least $2,500 for this golf thing. So that means we would have 28,369 remaining. Whether or not we truly have this roughly $2,500 in a beginning fund balance for this fund, I don't know, because again, I was told previously that we had a
Yes,
zero
zero.
balance. So we can say, I think we could safely say we have the 28,869, but I'm only about 70% sure of that.
My opinion is we should go with less than that, because I know there has been some checks cut from July till now. Just can't confirm if they've all cleared.
True, but some of those checks, then we could consider the 2,500 beginning fund balance, because that, maybe that just hasn't been collected yet. For instance, I know the tree planting festival was awarded $1,000 last year, and they just haven't done the paperwork to get that reimbursement for last year's tree planting festival. So that counts 1,000 of it, but, and there may be other things like that. And sometimes people don't spend all that they were awarded because they have to provide the receipts. And maybe they were awarded 2,500, but they only spent 2,200. Possibly.
Okay. So where are we at with TRT then?
More.
Okay,
For the last financial report, we have $34,272.10 remaining in this fund. However, last I was told, it was closer to 25,000 in actual available funds. However, we get $2,000 to $3,000 every 3 months.
Recorder.
So maybe it is 34,000. That might be accurate, but again, there may be some reimbursements that haven't come back yet. So in my opinion, a more realistic number would probably be around 25,000, but I'm 61% sure of that.
So I would add on to that to say that generally the city of Oak Ridge receives about $30,000 a year in TRT funds. So that number of 2,000 to 3,000 every 3 months seems a little weird because I mean, it shows right now that we've already received in this fiscal year almost 16,000.
No,
And we're only about halfway through it, so doubling that does make up around the annual amount that I'm used to.
Okay.
But again, there's just gonna say, but again, there's a lot of work to be done on the, where do we really stand side of everything? So again, my suggestion would be to work with the numbers that we know of, which is, in my opinion, what we've received in each of the funds, the 30,000 for the, or 31,000 for RTMP and 15,000 for TRT, and then we can, or 16, and then we can, as we progress as a committee, we'll get all those details sorted out.
go ahead.
my only suggestion would be, since a lot of this is up to what happens with future things, is to start looking at budgeting from the bare minimum amount. And then we will have more money later in the year to budget for other projects. And we won't end up saying we can fund something that we can't. I
Yeah.
think that would be more damaging than promising something and then not being able to, I mean, it would prevent that from happening.
Yeah, would we be able to, say that we're confident that we could provide this amount of funds, and should we discover that there are additional funds, we could reimburse to a higher amount? Because I think we've got some bigger asks here. And I think there's some, I don't think anybody should be punished for the fact that we don't know what we have in our budget. If we could have given them more money to help their event. Is that something that
I
we
think,
have ability to do?
I think that's a little dangerous, just because sometimes then events would maybe be hopeful that they're gonna get that money and then they may not. And also, we've got 5 applications in front of us, but we've got at least 8 more that I know are coming in.
What all do you have on your list? Because Dawn added a couple on her spreadsheet, so
I'm sorry. I'm
she's got
blocking you. I'm looking at
Oak Ridge
the
Triple
dates.
Summit Challenge, 4th of July, Oak Ridge Arts Council, concerts in the park, another disc golf, the Middle Fork Open, and the tree planting festival.
I believe the tree planting festival, last I heard, is they're not gonna request any money for this year.
Okay,
Actually,
but
we, sorry to interrupt, we definitely might.
Oh,
okay, thank you.
We've had
Definitely
crisis around. So that's what's been a few delays on our end. Thank you. Apologies for interrupting, but do please count us in.
Thank you.
So yes, tree planting festival is one of them. Also, the Christmas parade and lights, sometimes they ask for a little bit of money for like hot chocolate
Okay,
and stuff. And then there is the issue of the TRT block grants. The up to $1,000 for businesses on Highway 58 or the uptown that put up a mural or paint the facade.
okay. Yeah, she had in block grants, the Snowflakes Committee and Water Tower for TRT possible acts. Is there anything else that we think we might be getting in? And I'm happy if anybody in public thinks there's something else that might be applied for. We're happy to hear that at this point.
The only thing that, in addition, I don't know if it's in there already, James, but the coffee shop did apply for a sign out of the TRT.
And that's
think
block grant.
We've got that.
Okay, just make, yeah,
Or is that part of the Uber thing?
no, that
Oh.
would be separate for. a
But that would,
business.
yeah, signs would be block grant money.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
What about the book Chrissy Hollett has been trying to put together about tourism? I know she was going to apply. Has that been factored in?
No,
No.
I forgot about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
That would probably, oh, you're not adding, because you don't, but I'll put that as a TRT possibility.
I can share this screen, which I kind of took yours, copy and pasted, and then made kind of some running totals.
And I might just add that yeah, it's obviously best practice to be financially responsible, et cetera. But this committee doesn't necessarily have to balance the books.
No.
That's up to council. So we don't have to, this committee doesn't have to worry too much about getting exact amounts.
Sure, but at the same time, we don't want to
Right.
overpromise and underdeliver and cause anybody any issues. I think the next. Yeah. Is it not even worth, because Colleen had sent those Excels from like the first of the year. Do you remember receiving those?
They're in that document.
Are they?
Yeah.
They were different from what I received, but the TRT original and,
Yeah, and RTMP original, those tabs there, those are.
Well, I think what you're talking about is the Green Waters Park
The-
rentals
Oh, rentals.
that Colleen and Linda worked on together, but that was about
no,
all park fee waivers in addition to.
okay. All right, so let's not worry about that. I don't want to confuse anything.
Yeah, were you thinking about this one?
No,
Oh,
it's much smaller and it basically had, let me pull it up. I know how to work my computer. It was just these,
oh, that's just right where the. That's just an assessment, like a summary of where the fund stands at that time,
okay.
which should be very similar to what's right here. On this new document that we got, this is a little more up to date.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we don't have necessarily, I guess we need to decide how much money that we feel comfortable that we have. Does everybody agree that we're comfortable on RTMP with the $31,000 that we have to spend this year? Does everybody feel good about that?
I do not.
I think
You do not. What number do you think we should start with?
I think we start with 28,869.
Yes, I'm sorry. That 31,000 would include the, before the 2,500 that's been spent, but for the start of the year,
I feel like
Yeah.
it should be a little lower, like, maybe 25.
25. One thing that I was gonna propose though is before we move on to deciding, any of these proposed or applications, how much money we want to set aside, because we were given the $31,000. But we normally only get 19 in a year. And in fact, I looked at it and we actually get a little bit less than 19 in a year. It's been climbing a little bit. Westford's actually been doing a much better job. They're getting about $1,000 more a year than we are, and we just kind of stay the same. So maybe we need to learn some lessons from Westford, but I would like to propose that we keep all the additional money as set aside for rough years, and I think that might be enough buffer for us to work with the 31,000 that we got, and we keep the $12,369 additional that we got, just as something that we're not spending this year.
I concur.
It's the only way we'll ever get enough money for something big. Or
You're saying out of this
there's a
25 to set 12 on the other side?
Downturn or something.
I'm saying out of the $31,000 that we got this year, we set 12 aside for the rainy day fund, because what we had been getting was a 5-year average.
And since we haven't yet, then we need to take it out of what the 25 that's left, so we'd have 13.
I feel like he's right. I agree with that.
You agree with that?
And the
Okay,
reason
if that's what we
being-
want to do is set aside 12 and we've only got 25, and if we get some surprise money later, that's great, but that leaves us 13.
The reason being is that I'm confident that we have already in this fiscal year spent part of the 31.
So when I say 31, I apologize.
I know you mean 28.
My calculations because of the way you did the spreadsheet, you have the 25 in there, 2,500 in there, so that 31 will subtract that out, so we're 15 shy of the 31, but we all want to start at 25 and then take 12 out of that.
I think that we already have spent way more than 2,500 in this fiscal year.
Okay,
We have in the financials already 5,994 dollars in checks that have been written.
that is fiscal year versus calendar year, and so we got $31,000 for this calendar year.
It's actually for the fiscal year.
It's for the fiscal year, but it's given to us in December.
Normally, it's given to us in November.
Okay,
That's the normal standard, but because the county decided to change up how they're distributing, it took them a while to get that sorted out before they actually issued the check. But in future years, it'll probably be November,
okay.
So halfway through the fiscal year.
or 4 months into the fiscal.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
Just to make numbers easy, if we're saying we're having 25 and instead of setting aside 12, let's set aside 10. Say we got 15,000 and let's kind of make it a lot easier than dealing with everything else. And then we're still setting aside money for next year.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
just kind of to round things off. I don't know if that helps or not, but
just trying to get a sense of where we're.
I just think that, so of these expenditures for RTMP that are listed for this fiscal year, I think those were still accounted for. That I remember accounting for them. And that's how it got brought down to 0 after Peg and Cask. Got the $2,494. Because that was the last thing, the date approved, 7/20 of 23. Everything else, minus the Mountain Town Throwdown, is well before that. The bus fare of 2023, that was approved on January 19th of 23. Concerts in the park. again, approved in January of 23.
James, there was no submittal for reimbursement in 2022. We received the reimbursement for 2022.
Correct, but I'm saying, we were assuming, because it was awarded to you, we were assuming that you would come for that reimbursement. And I think that was already budgeted for, but that's just my opinion.
I think we're in a really tough spot, not knowing where we're at.
Yeah.
See, I'm kind of grateful that we at least have these numbers to work with because they're, you know, at least in the, probably in the ballpark, you know, we're not gonna overestimate. That's at least good.
Hopefully we're not overestimating.
Right. Hopefully, right.
If I'm reading all this, the already filed ones pretty much would take, if we funded them fully, all of the available funds immediately,
Oh, yeah.
except what we're getting. And so what we're really talking about is how much do we really want to say that we can budget for all of these events and how much? And that's kind of like the discussion that we need to hand off to the city council after we kind of look at it. The amount of money, I think you're right about setting aside the 10K, and then you're right to make a low assumption and stuff. So set aside 10K out of the lowest possible amount that we'll have. And then we'll go look at this and see what we can fund and can't fund from that. Then if we get more funds later, then we can fund other things afterward. Is there a way that somebody can file like some of these, it would be really good to fund it all, but if we do that, we're not gonna be funding anything else for the rest of the year essentially. Maybe small things. Is there any way that we can say that we would like to fund all of this? This is how much we can fund now. If we receive additional funds, then we can reconsider and give you more funds later. But I don't know if that's legal. That's why I'm asking.
I mean, you know, we all heard what the rules were from Lane County. We're allowed, you know, the city is allowed to make its own rules on how things are given. If the city wanted to allow for us to have a second round of application, once we understand what amount of money we have for people who have applied earlier in the year for larger funding, I think that's up to the council. Not really us. We could make a recommendation that they do so, that events shouldn't be punished,
Maybe
for the fact that we don't know what we have.
maybe a different way to do it would be to, as we go through these line item budget. Say, okay, this $1,500 you'd like, we can't give it to you. But if we have money later this year, maybe you can apply again for $1,500 for that same thing, and we might be able to reconsider.
I just think it would be hard for events, because if they're saying, okay, they'll spend $2,000 on advertising if they're gonna get it
Right,
from the city,
but they
but
might,
they're just not. If it's maybe they'll get it from the city, then they're just probably not gonna spend any money on advertising.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can go through each of these and decide, like, based on this lower amount of money, what we feel comfortable that we can give out. But then if we do find that we have extra money.
Right.
I guess people would have to reapply, might be the best way to do
and
it.
if we've already got 8 or 10 people looking for money now, we aren't gonna have any extra money.
So
Yeah.
if we wanted to use the lowest numbers, then for RTMP, our lowest number would be this 21,369. And then if you take 10 off of that for savings, you've got $11,369 in RTMP funds.
I would want to take 10 off of that, because I think that we know that we should get at least,
We won't get any more RTMP money
not this year, but
in November.
next cycle, because the 10 that we're saving is for buffer for future years. Is the way I'm looking at it. Is everybody else looking at that correctly? Or not correctly, the same way I am?
I think I'm on the same page.
Yeah,
Don?
Yeah, I'm with you. I just had an epiphany that, something you said earlier is making more sense to me now about the calendar year versus the fiscal year. Because the dollar amounts that we receive, I guess this is something we really gotta figure out how to, because some of these events are scheduled before the end of the fiscal year, and some of them are after. And so if we have more money coming in next year, could those ones that are after be on the list for the money we're receiving that year versus the money we're receiving this fiscal year?
Potentially, you could do, in other words, you could award a certain amount of money and tell them that it cannot be reimbursed until July 1st. Or until it's,
Well, technically
Until we
until
receive-
November when we receive it.
right, either way.
I would just put it like budget year, or, that would be like the budget year of 2024, right? That we're looking at with the next,
Yeah, I didn't know we weren't doing calendar year here, that everything was based upon the fiscal year.
Well, what
Yeah.
I'm getting at is that from a budget perspective, it should be fiscal because of
that's when funds
Yeah.
are dispersed.
the way the budget works, but
So would you say that we should look at these from that calendar as to which budget year that we're going to look at funding them out of right now?
True, but then the question is, so we will be receiving roughly $19,000 in additional RTMP money in November or December of 2024, which is next
Yeah.
fiscal year, but this calendar year.
But yeah, not having accurate numbers, everything that we approved past July 1st of last year, 2023, is that coming out of this 31,000 that we got in?
It shouldn't, it wasn't supposed to, it wasn't supposed to. We were, I thought we were keeping track of the RTMP money, and we ran out when we gave it 2,900 something, whatever, peg and cast. Then we were at 0. Then we
I
got
remember that.
31,369 in December. And we so far only allocated 2,500 to the disc golf thing.
Then
of
This-
that, you're right.
this committee really is running calendar year then and not fiscal year. Because we're getting our re-up at the end of, like halfway through the fiscal year.
Well, if we had accurate numbers, it wouldn't matter if it's fiscal year, calendar, it wouldn't matter. You would just know that our pot of money is this, and we allocated this, allocated this, allocated this. If it just keeps drawing down, you don't even have to think of it.
I know, but since we don't know where we're at, that's why I'm trying to drill down on like, how are we actually operating, right? So if all of that money that we spent, last calendar year was not coming out of this fiscal year's disbursement, then we're fine at a higher number.
That is my hope. That is my hope but I can't guarantee that.
Okay.
And I can't get anything.
Do we have any idea when we would have an answer?
I can't answer that question
Yeah,
it would be inappropriate. for me to
Minimum.
answer that.
minimum a few weeks, yeah, at a guess on my part.
Okay. I mean, is this something that'll get worked out in the budgeting process?
That's actually a James question.
One way or another, it's going to get worked out.
Okay. All right, back to it. We think 21,000 is the lowest amount of money that we possibly.
That is yes, that is the low end.
Okay,
I think it's closer to 29,000, but. If we want to be safe, then yes, we would take the 21,069.
And do you think that's a number that we could work off of for all of the events that are possibly gonna happen in this,
Well, it's never enough money.
I know, but I mean, in this, through the end of summer?
Is it enough?
I'm not asking if it's enough. Do you think that that's what we should be working from is the,
I'm. On the RTMP money, I think we have more. I think we have closer to 28,869. On the TRT, I'm the opposite. I think we have less than the 34,273.
Okay,
And how much do you think we have there?
I don't see the situation where everybody walks away from this happy. I think we need to look at these and say just how much we can give them and give the people doing the realistic number of what we're capable of handling.
yeah,
I mean, everybody here has their own point of view about their event and project. And I would like to fund them all because believe me, Oak Ridge needs them all, but as the conversation we just had, we have a limited amount of money. So like, we need to do some discussion about the actual numbers that we're willing to put on each of these. So
yeah, I think that we have to have a starting number for us
Well,
to be able to,
they have to have the money be set up. I mean, when are your guys' events? And when do you need to know when the money is gonna be used for? I'm gonna know.
well, I think what I want to get done is to establish a number that we are comfortable awarding tonight. So that we know that, so we can give people answers. So
I
if,
don't think the numbers are there to give us a hard number. We have to make an assumption.
that's what we're
gonna
doing.
have the money.
that's what we're working on right now, is what assumption do we feel good about having?
I'd say
As a sug-
$22,000 is close to a good assumption. It's not too high, it's not too low. You have higher projections, you have lower projections.
We could
The
split the
difference.
baby and put it in the middle. We could split the baby and put it in the middle.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
We were talking about the RT.
We've been talking
TMRT,
for a long time about it. We don't
RTMP,
have the
we're-
same
yeah.
data that- Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we keep asking different pieces about it and trying to figure different ways
I'm not
around
trying to
this.
get
No,
on
no,
that, but I understand.
Yeah, no, but, okay. So are we comfortable feeling, you think we have 28? 28, we know we have 28 from this year. It shows that 21 is the lowest that we have. Assume we have 25. Set
You're
aside
comfortable
10.
without two?
I'm comfortable with what you're proposing right now.
How
Okay.
about you,
Okay.
Chuck?
Assume we have 25, we're setting aside 10 for rainy days and bad accounting. So we have $15,000 to work with for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 events.
None of
Well-
those are gonna come from the TRT,
That's what's
because the TRT's got another 25K on top of this.
correct. So this is all people who have applied for RTMP,
Okay,
or we are expecting to apply for RTMP.
these are all RTMP.
These are all RTMP. So
These have been given to us already, or they're in the process of doing the paperwork.
So Dawn went through and took a look at events that have annually asked for money. So that we have an idea of who else we expect to apply. We currently have applications for tourism director, Keg and Cast, Sasquatch, and
Right.
Bus Fair. Am I missing anything?
Mhm.
But we know that we're gonna have concerts in the park, art council. We think we'll have Triple Summit, 4th of July.
These
No.
other events, do we have a general idea of how much they're asking?
Dawn has gone ahead and put in like whether they're, how long they've been asking for. So whether they would be at the, $2,500 or $1,000 level, depending on how many years they've been asking for funding.
Oh.
So.
I'm just like. We have these, we discussed about what the budget for and most of these, they were all pretty tight budgets on what they were asking for. Are these in the like $1,000 range that they're asking for the other events? These are a lot higher.
These are a lot higher. We don't know what they're asking for, but the numbers that have been plugged in would be the maximum amount that they are allowed to apply for under the rules.
Okay,
And if it's helpful, I can share this spreadsheet.
It's already up there.
I did a little bit of,
Oh, you mean something you've done?
I copied and pasted yours and then added in a couple things so that we can work with running balances.
Yep.
Yeah. I think I did that correctly. How much is that? $7 left. Yeah. Mm,
Is she on her share screen?
He's allowed to share screen.
You know, I have to join a Zoom meeting before I do that.
Oh,
That's why I can't find it. Okay. So while I'm figuring that out, let's go ahead and move over to TRT. How much money do we think we have in TRT? You say that it's probably around $25,000.
Yes, but it could be a little higher. I may not have accounted for the last couple months in, so that 34,272 could be closer to the accurate amount. But yes, if we want to be super conservative, 25,000 would be the low end. 35,000 would be the high end.
So we currently have $25,000. We'll just go with the low end.
and no obligations as from them on that.
none that have been approved yet.
That's all I need.
However, we need to remember that we have to set aside some for block grants.
And that's on here.
Okay,
And then. Um. What was my other question on that? Okay, and then we're expected to receive money. So. If we want to look at this through the end of the fiscal year. Through July, how much more money can we add to that $25,000? Do we have, we've got 2 more quarters, so we've got this quarter and. First and second, and it's third and fourth quarter.
Yeah, so yeah, it's every 3 months.
well, this that we've already received would be a little more than, well, James, do you know for sure if we're receiving it quarterly or monthly?
Supposed to be quarterly unless.
Okay.
they change it.
And at what point in the quarter do we receive it?
Probably the end.
So we have not received for third and fourth quarter yet.
That would be my assumption.
Let's assume that we have 1 more quarter coming towards us. So if we normally get 30,000 divided by 4, we get 7,500 additional funding. So we could say we have 3,250 to work with this year in TRT funds.
Okay.
Is everybody comfortable with these numbers?
Okay,
Okay. Let me join the Zoom meeting. I can share this and then we can kind of do this as running totals, as we look at. Projects, you want me to hide your column that has your recommendations or
Sure, I don't care.
or do you want it up?
I mean, I don't care, because it was, I would verbally say it out loud,
Okay, great.
but it's not, just so everyone knows, it's not an assumption that that's what I expect to happen. It's just my thoughts.
366,
366,
431, 16.
Sorry, I didn't remember to do this earlier, everybody. I appreciate everybody's patience. Stop video, join. And audio.
Actually, maybe you should, just so that we can have open conversation without.
And can you stop sharing your screen so I can share mine? Okay, great. Like that. So here's the $25,000 that we have for RTMP money. Here is the 10,000 that we've set aside. And let me just make sure that. Yes, that all totals up. Great. So that all works out down here for TRT as well. So we can kind of plug in numbers, and this bottom row here where it says remaining balance. Lets us know what money we have to spend.
Now, I would make a note that you don't show the. Which fund was it that had the Mountain Town Throwdown already approved?
RTMP.
RTMP, so that's already, it should be,
I took that off because we were basing on 28,000. Because we had taken the 31,000 out. Like we'd taken the 2,500 out of the 31,000, so we're, 28 was our high, so I erased that off
Okay.
the list.
You don't have the Umbra on there or the.
Ubra,
Umbra.
Ubra is
Oh, got it.
TRT,
Okay.
since it's not an event. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is a TRT request. We are able, obviously, we've done this in the past, to use TRT, to recommend TRT funds be used towards our TMP requests.
Right.
So, if everybody's ready, let's move on to, no, we got the TRT numbers. We can start reviewing applications. TRT, we decided we had $25,000 plus potentially another quarter coming in. So we're looking at 3250, 32,500, sorry. For through July.
I just, oh, good.
And I would say that this RTMP, this 25 is probably through the end of the year, since we won't be getting another through December 24, and this is through June 24. Yeah,
I just want to say one thing.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm kind of impressed that we've even gotten to this point, given the lack of clarity and the difficulties that are, that are here. I mean, that's, I mean, we're really dealing with a fluid situation where, so I'm actually really encouraged that we're, we've agreed, I think we've agreed. Yeah, that we have a baseline, which is conservative enough so that we're not gonna make a mistake, in over giving.
Thank you. Good job, everyone. All right. So first up on the agenda is the chamber, 15 about $15,800, requested in either TRT or RTMP, they put in, the full amount on both, requests, but they're not requesting $30,000, it's 15,800. Either way, so I think that's just a nod, to the fact that it can come from either of the two pots. So I love the idea of having somebody who's responsible for creating tourism in this community. I think that having a point person could do us a lot of good. You know, obviously, everybody here wants more RTMP and TRT dollars. And without a point person actually making that happen and trying to get more heads in beds, we tend to stay at the same level every year. And so I do think it's a great idea for us to have somebody that focuses on that. From my reading of their application, they're willing to take a lower amount, and we could kind of set what the terms are for what we want the position to do. And considering it's coming from this funding, I think we could make a strong case for asking them to have somebody who can quantify that they are actually creating more heads and beds for us. And I think that would, if we were to fund this, in my opinion, that's how I would be comfortable doing it, is having somebody who can show that they are actually increasing tourism, which is going to help everybody here because everybody's requests are ballooning. Everybody wants more and more money. The only way we can do that is if we get more heads and beds. So I think it would be a good thing for the smaller events. Like, you know, last year we asked Keg and Cast, like how many people are coming to your event? Well, they're an all volunteer organization and it's hard for them to get those numbers. But if there's
So we
somebody,
did last year, over 700. Because it was mandatory. of the report. Not of hotel stays, but 700 attendees.
Oh.
We had about roughly 10 hotel stays. From that we were told by the people.
and to my point with the chamber is if you had a point person who could go to the hotels, it would be a little easier for us to prove how many stays we're getting from different events. And so I love the idea of it. I think we have a lot of leeway to ask them for different ways that this could work and to hear everybody else's opinions on this application. Go ahead.
Sure, you know, but thank you for that. I've thought a lot about this, you know, I actually think that even though we've had a long relationship with the Chamber of Commerce and so forth, that really given, you know, everything that's being asked of us, that like fund, partially fund, you know, that position is just beyond our means right now, that it would be a huge sea change because, you know, we've supported the chamber for a long time, but I'm actually inclined, not, you know, not gladly inclined to just not give out the phone. Or, you know, depending on what others think, that's really, you know, the membership in the chamber is among our businesses, not all of which are related to tourism. It's just, I don't think it would be okay if we had it, you know, better, if we were in better circumstances. But at present, you know, it doesn't seem like it's justified to do that. Anyway, that's where I'm.
Sorry, were you from the Better Business Bureau?
No, from the chamber.
Chamber.
Chamber of Commerce, I'm sorry, I got the name. Your original application was for a position to run the Chamber of Commerce, right?
Correct.
And then when we were talking, we were talked about breaking it down in a new application. I have some of the same concerns our colleague here have, that, the amount of money versus being able to document what the chamber is doing for the city, especially when things are tight. How did you intend on using the 15K?
Well, it is broken down in the job description that's also included in the.
You meant the
application.
hire person, right?
What's that?
It's to fund a position for you.
It's to fund a tourism director position. We took out the work of the executive director in this position and just made it a tourism director position. So that's why you'll see like you'll look.
Well, when I was looking through it, what I was looking for when we discussed it was more along the lines of like, when I go on the the Chamber of Commerce website, it's not up to date, and there's I understand where you're coming from, but as you hear from the budgeting, I have to agree with my colleague, it's very hard to justify taking money away from an events that are bringing people in versus, that's my 2 cents.
I guess, just to think about like what the chamber is doing, and sometimes work is invisible. It's not a big event that's bringing people into town for a weekend. It's a lot of effort that's happening over the course of the entire year, showing up to meetings, participating in the Economic Development Committee, promoting events, running a calendar, continually like contacting businesses, writing up position papers, showing up at council meetings to support other business owners, running fundraisers for things like Banner Bank kiosk at the park there. So there's a lot of things that happen that are behind the scenes, maybe, that directly and indirectly affect tourism and how it's promoted in the community. Having an events calendar that folks outside of this area can go to and definitively find all the events that are happening here. I think those are really important things to know. And then when you do go to the website, I know you mentioned it's outdated. I'm not sure what's outdated there, but there's a whole section of things to do that kind of breaks down all of the different tourism attractions in the Oak Ridge area. And in 1 month, we receive over 12,000 visits on our website, with close to 200 click-throughs on events and other links that are on that site that pertain to local businesses here. So, like I said, those are more of the invisible benefits to this community that we just don't see on a regular basis. But if the chamber were to fold or to go under, I do believe there would be a significant hole in this community around tourism, attraction, development, so.
I think when we had you break this down before too, so if everyone's saying we don't know what we want to do the new position, we definitely, I would think, would do the website and the conferences and the marketing. I don't think we should like say nothing, because the website, you're right, it brings us all these hits and it brings us all these people every day. Why would you want to not fund a website?
We did come back with a website request, but that wasn't received very well by the committee when we brought it in, so. We brought back the tourism director position in hopes that the committee might reconsider.
But the ask is not all or nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I see what you're getting at, that
Yeah, I don't know. We can, and if we're setting aside 10,000 this year, maybe next year we will have $20,000 to hire a position, but I don't want to say, no, we're not going to give them any money because we don't want to hire this position. But I think there's several things on here that the chamber does that we could fund.
Now, but I think, if I've heard this correctly, you're talking about really a catastrophic, that if you do not get funds from, the council, that you're in danger of going under. Yeah, I mean, isn't that's what I'm hearing though.
That is correct. We are not a Main Street organization. We are a 501c6 organization, which means we cannot apply for grants. So it's different than Uptown. We don't have that ability to go and seek funding from other grant sources. And so that's why we come and ask for funding here. And unfortunately, we also are an all volunteer group. A lot of people are doing more than, I've been doing more than one officer position. And because we haven't had funding for additional things beyond the very minimal cost to have someone work on website maintenance or minimal events that we're able to have. We don't even have insurance right now because we can't afford the payment for that insurance. So we really can't run an event until we're able to get the insurance again to do that. So we need capacity and we need funding for the structural existence of the website and taking care of the updates and things like that.
So does that kind of mean that if the tourist tourism director position is not funded, then really these other things that were just being talked about by Kelly are really not gonna be sufficient for you to survive?
If we could at least fund like the website and
Okay.
the website maintenance and those things, our association fees, so that we are a legitimate chamber for the community. Those sorts of things would be very helpful. We do have some membership funding coming in.
Yeah.
We have raised like the number of memberships just in the last month. We had 12 new members. We've also stacked our board. We have 3 new board members now. And so, I mean, we are definitely working towards becoming a more sustainable organization. But the reality is, even at the height of the chamber, when we had 100 businesses, those 100 businesses still at $50 memberships are not going to fund, like the capacity necessary to have a working chamber. When you look at Coburg, or you look at even Benita, or you look at, some other cities, kind of breaking it down by per capita population and the businesses that are there. We don't have the population of businesses, the density of businesses to fund the chamber in Oak Ridge, Westford, the same way that other chambers are funded.
Yeah, in
So-
other cities, sometimes a chamber membership can be over $1,000.
And other small chambers, as I learned last year when I was at the governor's tourism conference, the way they kind of get around that is they do fund a chamber tourism director. That tourism director, they only fund like a portion of that salary. And then the other portion does come from that person's work
Yeah.
to find and sustain funding from other sources. But that work has to be funded through that ability to get more memberships.
I believe you had a question, and then I'll go.
Oh, it's not question, it's just comments on, so from hearing everything that Michelle was just talking about with the chamber, I too was under the impression, I think that you were, Michael, that if we didn't fund the tourism director, that the chamber would be non-existent, like you would have to
We
close
have
the
to have
chamber.
some money coming in, whether it's for this position or a portion of what this position would help with in order for the chamber to continue to exist. So I think, like I said, I brought back the website.
Yeah, because that's a monthly cost.
Proposal.
I mean, it'd be great if there was a volunteer in the community that knew websites and was willing to fill that role and do that for free, but there's not. So they're having to pay, how much is it per month for the web guy?
I think there's a technical, we have like all the plugins for the calendar, for being able to take payments for forms that are on the website. Each of those plugins costs money. Hosting fees are almost $300 a year, and that's pretty standard for any website. Then you have a platform fee, that's another like $300 to $400 a year. It's an annual fee. And then anytime there's an update or there's something that's going a little bit sideways on the website, then we have to connect with our technical assistance person who reserves 2 hours a month, you know, for helping us out, being able to be on call and fix problems as they rise. And then we have a person who does things like update the website with content, reaching out and making sure that our payments come through the website appropriately, reaching out and contacting renewals and things like that. Sending out a newsletter, and taking care of any of our social channels that are connected to the website. So it's a little more work than I just don't have a volunteer who has those kind of skills, and I can learn them, but I already have 3 jobs and I
Yeah.
don't. Well,
Well, and I've cut, like, in the documents that you sent over, it looks like historically the council is funded the chamber at a pretty high level, like. In 2021, there was 15K for the chamber. In January 23, there was 10K for the chamber. So like this request isn't out of nowhere, I feel like, based
no,
on
it's
past
not out of
funding.
nowhere.
Right, but in 18 and 19, there was 0 for the chamber.
Okay, and so,
Or maybe that's not true, but there was a time when there was 0 for the chamber.
Yeah, and then the chamber basically almost died at that point. Because of the funding.
And I also just want to say, like, this isn't, the chamber is like, it caters to the entire community, right? So it's not just a neighborhood or a portion of the community. It's really a vital resource for business owners in general. We're a partner with the Rain Catalyst Program, co-sponsor events with Melissa. We support education. You know, if we had a little more capacity, we could be doing more in terms of like providing people with better access to resources for expanding businesses and that sort of thing. As it is, like I had mentioned, our board volunteers have been involved in many economic development things over the last year. So
I'm not super familiar with the program, but is RARE a resource that you could use to get somebody into?
You have to pay for half of it.
you do have to pay for half of it, yeah.
Yeah, but would you be eligible for that so that if we knew that we were paying for half of it, the money could go further?
We don't even have half of the money it would take to get a rare
Okay.
intern in the door. So and it also takes capacity to oversee an intern. And
Sure.
we don't have that capacity at all.
Yeah, okay.
So this isn't an event, so this would come out of TRT, or are we requesting it out of the wrong place? Because this sounds maybe way more to me like TRT money than our NTMP money. This is
She's
not.
requested out of either, however we would like to
There's
finance it.
both. We
Yeah.
did both applications.
Yeah, just kind of leaving it up to us.
I personally don't think it qualifies for RTMP.
I don't think it qualifies for RTMP under Oak Ridge's guidelines. I agree with that. But, well, what did I highlight on the Oak Ridge's? Yeah, tourism related. Actually, eligibility criteria is tourism promotion, so. Sure,
You're right. That's what the county just made us.
and it's also on Oak Ridge's, it's tourism promotion is the first thing it says, so I think it could come out of either fund. I think we're a little bit tighter on TRT money than we are on RTMP, or sorry, we're a little bit tighter on RTMP money than we are on TRT money. And we also could look at this in a way, because this is a request for a full year of stipend. If we cut that in half, and we're only looking for the rest of this fiscal year, that's a $7,000 position. Until we want to renew, if we want to renew. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, the work the chamber's doing is more than admirable, and, you know, it's just, it may not fit, you know, the way, in exactly what, you know, we're we're here for. You know, even though, you know, I know you're trying to you know, tell us that it is, and historically, of course, and wish we could, but also, you know, if we were to simply not, you know, just leave out the position and go with the rest of the requests. First of all, I don't know whether that would be acceptable to the chamber or not. Also, yeah, you know, if it's not, we just have internal customers in the city council, so you could always, you know, go to the city council and just say, no, we need more. And either send it back to us or they just, the council members make it separate and the mayor make a separate decision. So, you know, I mean, we're just, we're advisors.
You're not just advisors, you're very important advisors, you are citizens, and that's.
No, I'm very impressed with everything you said and you know, just wish I had a rich uncle. But-
So did Westford approve funds? I know you've asked for funds from them.
We just got some funds from them, but it was for last calendar year. Just received those funds, and before I go and ask them for a smaller amount of money, I just needed to know where we stood on this proposal before I went to go and ask them for money. But they have traditionally like provided funding for the chamber.
How much do you expect you might be able to get from? I think you have it in here.
I have it in here as
It's
5,000 for the year.
Yeah, so I noticed that you have personnel listed as $21,800, but you're.
The position, the tourism position is the $15,800.
Okay,
The rest of the money is for work that is done in the way that I just described, as far as having an executive assistant, having someone work, you know, the website personnel, having the technical assistance contract each month.
copy that. So when I was reading your job description, it said 75%, 25%, but that the annual stipend was $15,000 to $18,000.
Right, so we would pay part of the tourism director, because the tourism director is going to have to be involved in some fundraising so that part of that job is going to have to be involved in getting, understanding who the business owners are, promoting the chamber, and doing work that isn't directly related to tourism,
Correct.
you know, and so that is work that we would be paying for, not this stipend.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
yeah, I think it's just, so the stipend is only for the tourism portion of that, and
What
but
we're
that
asking for
position
Oak
is
Ridge
gonna
to pay
be,
is for the tourism piece of this.
and then you're basically asking Westford to pay for the administrative portion of it.
Correct, yeah.
Westford,
and memberships.
and what do you think the possibility is of a less involved role for a tourism director? Does it have to be funded at a full level for there to be somebody that could do something effective?
I think that we also have to think about this as a professional position. And if we were partially funded for the position, then I only think we could expect someone to work for 6 months out of the year. And then we would have to prioritize what are the deliverables in this job description in order to have that person be effective in their position, because they can't just like do everything in this. They're going to have to pick and choose, like, and what are those priorities going to be?
Yeah, and I think if we funded this, proving that we are increasing stays in hotel rooms would be top priority, if we were gonna continue to fund it. Just knowing that we're getting a return on our investment, if that became their top priority, is getting people to stay overnight as the tourism director. Because that's our primary means of getting additional money into this fund for that
I'm
position.
not sure how to directly equate that, though. I mean, you could say that someone went to the Arbor Inn and they clicked through on the website to get there. But do we know that they just went and visited the inn, or do we know if they actually stayed at the inn because they visited that link? You know, we know that sometimes people are looking for a vacation, they go to chamber websites and they want to see like what amenities are in town. And then they go and they book, but how are we supposed to know if they booked or if they didn't book, where they booked, or, I don't know how we would know that information.
I think that would be like part of defining the job is figuring out how to make these things quantifiable. And I also think you could just look at year over year, are we getting more people to stay in Oak Ridge? Like, I don't think it has to be like super granular, but it should be if it's something that we're gonna fund that we know that it's working kind of thing. My take on it.
I absolutely agree that there should be evaluation and that we should be prioritizing heads and beds, and we should prioritize those activities for this person that make that happen.
Yeah.
Um,
Help me help you.
Yeah.
Give me money, I can
I
give you
don't
money.
disagree with anything that anybody on this committee said.
Um,
I like to say that I don't think that it's sustainable for the committee to consider funding an amount like that for a position like that when we have so many events that we know are bringing tourism into the area that need help with their events. And we can see eats up our funds. I just don't feel like it's we've already, as a city, funded the chamber in the last few years to help with their administration, and to try and build, they were going to be trying to build the chamber, get more membership so that they could sustain themselves. It sounds like they're not really there yet and may not be because of the quantity of businesses that we even have. So I feel like, and particularly since the funding should be for the heads and beds rule is kind of like, it got drilled into us in our educational thing. So I don't think it's reasonable to look at adding something new when we already have all these events that are here tonight asking for help with their events. That's my position.
I don't think we necessarily have to say what they have to use the money for. Like if you wanted to award 10,000, say chamber, we're suggesting to get 10,000. They've got to follow the rules. If they decide to use that, the whole 10,000 for the tourism director, fine, that would qualify. They decide to use the 10,000 for promoting events and other things that still follow the rules and qualify. I don't know if we necessarily have to tell them exactly what they have to use the funding for. That's just my opinion.
I feel like ripping the Band-Aid off on this, to talk about trying to fund a position and stuff like that, I don't feel is really fair to everybody else that's running events and bringing stuff in. Something along the lines of funding your website and your office expenses so that you can keep that going is more along the lines of what we could do. I mean, like the bus fare and like the people with the frisbee golf and stuff, they generate people staying in the hotels and campsites and stuff here. And what you were saying about how, the city's been funding it at a certain level, trying to help you get it going. So that's kind of like my thinking is like, have you gone to the businesses and explained your position and said, I'm trying to raise funds to get a director and go directly to the businesses that are affected?
As I mentioned, I work 3 jobs, so that takes a long time
Well, I mean,
It's-
you
yeah.
must have other people that can go around and say, you know,
We
hey,
only have board members. That's, I
I
mean,
thought you
And
had a
that-
position you're.
that's kind of.
Okay.
yes, that position does the website work and does all the updates on the calendar and
Newsletter.
newsletters and manages all the social media channels and gets paid $668 a month right now to do all of that. So
So is this new position that's being labeled a tourism director, just that position but expanded?
no,
Or is
there
it-
is extra money for personnel in here specifically for website maintenance. But
So it is for personnel under. the
But
website.
obviously, if we're promoting events, then that person will take over some of the things that Alyssa was doing, like updating the events calendar on the website and working on social media. And again, if you look at the job description, there is a flexible stipend that's listed at the top of the job description. And so that job description and what it pays out is really dependent on what money that we could bring in order to help fund it. And that means that all of the deliverables in the job description also, as it mentions in the job description, may be expanded or decreased based on the amount of funding that's brought in.
Well, this may not go over real good, but, I would say if we're expecting 5K from Westford, that we could give 5K out of the TRT, and I realize that's not gonna pay a position, but it's $10,000 and it keeps you guys running. For me. And I'm like these guys, I would love to do something else. Like,
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am,
Yes.
or does it, would that,
That would be a good start. It's not gonna solve all the problems. I mean, I can't come to this table and say, if you give me $5,000, I'm gonna make it all work. But I've still got to make the ask from Westford and
I think everybody's probably gonna go away tonight disappointed, unfortunately.
yes, it would help keep the lights on, that's for sure.
Right.
Okay, does anybody want to make a motion?
I would ask, would that qualify for, reimbursements under the guideline?
It has to qualify. I'm not gonna approve, legally, I'm not gonna approve a reimbursement request that doesn't follow the rules.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were so loose about it. It definitely is does
Does it promote?
it promote Oak Ridge tourism? I think the chamber clearly does that. We've funded the chamber out of TRT money for years now.
Decades.
Yeah, I don't think that's,
We actually did fund a position exactly like this, Randy Dryling, for over a decade. This position was partially funded.
I mean, I'm of the opinion you do have to spend some money to get things going sometimes. I realize we're not in a great position to do that right now. But I don't think you can expect a chamber of all volunteers to be able to become sustainable without a little bit of extra input. I think that it is gonna take a bump. I think it's gonna take hiring somebody who's good at the job, can define the position and really get after it in order to, if the chamber can offer value to members, like bringing people in and creating different packages between, like, you know, the hotels and the different events that we have in town. If we have a person in town that can do that. Now, the question is, like, obviously hiring is difficult, that's pie in the sky, I get it, but I think if we continue to fund the chamber as we have been, we're gonna get the same results. Um,
You were looking for a motion.
is that
I-
a proposal, is it a motion?
um, I don't feel comfortable, when we have all the rest of this, deciding that we can fully fund this, but I'd like to move that we move this to the end of the meeting. We've discussed this, see what funds we have left, and then come back to seeing what we have for the chamber.
Although, this is the only one that's TRT, correct?
No.
Yeah,
Oh, Oberez too?
they
Okay.
can all be TRT.
Okay.
As well. We have the flexibility there. So, I mean, if we did fund it fully, we still have 10,000, we have $11,000 in, put this in here instead of talking, where's Chamber of Commerce, 15,8. We still have $10,000 left for the fiscal year. We would have another 15,000, so it's $25,000 that we have in,
What happened to the 32,500 that we have in TRT?
it's right here. So that's
Yeah.
the initial. And then we've set aside $6,000 for the block grants. And then
Oh,
we
got-
fully
okay,
funded,
okay, gotcha.
if we fully funded this position, we still have $10,000 through July.
We have 20-something $1,000 and it's less.
I understand.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
I am totally okay. I also
yeah,
want to make sure other people
People
get
get-
an
yeah.
opportunity, and so I am not here demanding that you make a
Yeah.
decision right at this moment. So there's a lot of hard decisions to make. on the table.
yeah. So again, I move that we table this and come back around. Well, actually, I would like to move that we commit to fully funding, the website, all the maintenance, everything that's not the, everything that's not the personnel, basically.
That's only about 2,000.
Excuse me.
Yep, and that way the chamber knows that they have money to keep the website running and whatnot, and if we don't get back around to this chamber position on this meeting, at least they know they have money coming from that next council meeting, so I would. That's what,
How do you mean that last thing you just said? They know they have money coming from the next council meeting.
if we I would like to move that we fund the dues and fees, the liability insurance, the marketing and
I see.
promotion, the website
I
maintenance,
see.
miscellaneous expenses, office expenses, conference.
Okay,
I would like to move that we fund that and that we come back to the personnel decision at a later time.
I do want to just note that the position is not for $21,800. The position for the tourism director is for. If you look at the job description, it's for $15,000 to $18,000.
Correct.
So the other personnel payment is for our website guy.
Okay,
And so, I mean, just.
copy that.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
that would be about $3,000
The
in
3,000.
that personnel line item that wasn't designated for the tourism director.
Okay, let me
It was
just
coming out of different
The
funding.
total amount you had there that we just went on, but it was just around 2K, wasn't it?
It's actually, I think it's about 3. You got 1,300 for the liability insurance and marketing, and you got about 1,400 for the conferences, website, and then there are 200 for office expense.
So it's 3,000 for,
It looks like, to me, it looks like about 3,000, because you had 21
It's-
paid for personnel and 24 for total expenditures.
okay,
You got 3,000
it's
balance.
3,000 without personnel, so if we add, I would like to move that we give them $5,000.
You said 5?
5,000, because that'll cover website personnel as well. Westford can,
And that matches.
I'll second that, yeah.
are we voting now or are we
that's
putting it to the end as you?
This is a
the
motion and
motion
a
just,
second.
yeah, so. All in favor say aye.
All right.
Aye. All opposed say nay.
Nick?
Nay.
Okay. 3-2. Does it pass?
So
Do we
Megan,
need 4?
I'm still trying to write down who did the first and second. It was Megan and
Kelly,
Kelly, thank you. So then we have a 3-2 vote.
yeah,
Yeah, that doesn't pass.
that doesn't pass.
You can't vote except in,
Yes, I
on
can.
this one?
Yes.
on all committees until the resolutions are changed by the council.
Let me check the resolution, because I know there are definitely committees where you can only vote independent.
Well, James, Jack said, I want to say thank
Okay.
you for your tenacity, dedication, and, you know, incredible hard work. I mean,
Appreciate it.
that's not in doubt.
And
And like I said, just wish we had a benefactor that could, you know.
Well, I'm happy to see all the great events coming to those meetings. So. See what happens with the rest of the meeting. Thank you all for the time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good luck, everybody.
Michelle, if you want to hang around for a quick second, I do have a comment for everybody in regards to this that may potentially help resolve future things in this regard. I had a chance to go through Leavenworth, Washington, a handful of years ago. If you guys are familiar with that little town, it's about 2,500 people. It is a huge tourist attraction. They fund their Chamber of Commerce by a city tax on lodging. They put a small city tax on top of what's already taken from the county to fund their Chamber of Commerce. So I don't know who that would need to go to.
No.
But maybe this is an avenue to explore, because then it's not money coming out of necessarily city funds. It's being collected from visitors that are coming to town. Just looking at Leavenworth's website right now, their budget for 2024, they're putting 3.85 million into the Chamber of Commerce from lodging. That's a lot of money. Obviously, we're not Leavenworth, but if we were to maybe think creatively in a way to apply a city tax to lodging, overnight stays, perhaps that's a way that the chamber could find funding for these positions and the chamber in general. So just throwing it out there.
That's fine. Of course, we're here in Oak Ridge where we ask the people.
Yeah.
Our citizens to pay for a little water, and it's, you know, about the end of the world, so.
Right.
If it's the hotel tax, it's the tourists that are paying.
Yes, the tourists that are coming here, they're already spending money in town. If, you know, if there's a way to utilize that, then that's an idea. So,
Thank you.
Thanks.
yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
I mean, is there a counter motion to be made?
so just to make it clear, James pulled up the resolution. I am allowed to vote. We do need 4 to
Okay.
pass,
But we also need 4 votes in the affirmative to happen,
right?
Yeah.
at least.
Thanks, everybody.
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members, so the quorum
4 to
is.
1. Four,
Well,
well,
any-
the way it's
Right,
written,
right,
it
right.
doesn't matter.
You're right.
Yeah, so you need 4 or more yes votes to pass anything under the current rule.
Okay. Does anybody want to make any other motions before we move on to bus fare? On
Say
this?
that again, please.
Does anybody else want to make another motion? Before. we
I would
move on
make
to
a
bus fare?
motion that we funded at $2,000, because that's what they have for the actual cost of their website, so.
Like a motion, is there a second? I was asking if someone was going to second.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
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 All right. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so, okay.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to bus fare.
So there's some good news on the.
Part of this was the park waiver. The
Yep.
cost of it.
Oh, yeah.
How does that work out?
Well, we have lots of options. The good news is that we can use. The city gets 24 hours of free bus service from Diamond Express to LTD,
24 hours?
24 hours.
So like 3 hours one day, 4 hours the next kind of thing, or
Yes.
just a 24-hour period? Total.
The former.
Thank you.
So 13 of those hours roughly can be used for this event. Last year, the bus fare had to spend about $5,000 to provide those shuttles. They put that in their budget this year as 5,000.
Mhm.
So we could, if council agrees to it, we could use that free bus service. That would count as $5,000. Right there. And then there's potential fee waivers because they have, right now they owe the city $7,700.
Yeah.
In rentals. We could suggest that part of that be waived, say 5,000 of that be waived. Now we're up to 10,000 of the 15,000 they've asked for. These are just ideas. How to get closer to what they're asking. Without.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
I mean, we need the event. We can waiver the cost, so that brings down the cash that we have to put out.
Now, of course, that's dependent on if the council approves the waivers, but we can recommend that they. approve
they
the
approve.
bus.
So we would recommend solely $5,000 and recommend the council use Lane County for the other 5.
Yeah, you could recommend that we use our free buses.
Right.
That's 5,000. You could recommend that we waive however much of the park fee,
And what do we use the free buses for now?
nothing.
Never been used.
Really? Wow.
Just learned that it's possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
And is
No
Lane
other,
County,
no other events really need the bus shuttle service. Because normally when you rent the entire park, like for the 4th of July, people can come in and they can park
right,
on the grass. But this is the bus fare, so you have 30+ buses on display. That takes away all their parking. So that's why they have to rent more city land from the city, costing them more money to rent industrial park grassy fields. So that's why it would cost them $7,700 in rentals right now for city land.
Right, so that brings it down to, 8,000? No, 7,500?
I would propose the same as we did as the other. I would propose we give them 5,000 and the free bus for the other 5, and that would be my proposal.
Would you like the funds to come out of TRT or RTMP?
You know, I think we should take these big ones out of the TRT and we should leave the RTMP for more of the smaller. And at least in my opinion, that's more for the concerts and all the things we have in town, that the events that seem to come up as opposed to the bigger events.
I would make one comment on Concerts in the Park. We did just partner with them as a collaboration to bring them on as our nonprofit this year. So we will be giving them $500 through the sale of our beer garden as a collaboration with the nonprofit. So
Nice.
I see.
just keeping that in mind, that's one area of our community we're going back to. And then we would like to be able to pay our park fees, because that money goes back into the parks, goes back into the city, which we already know the city is, needs money where they can. And then we do pay the Oak Ridge Police Department for our required crowd control and security. That is a requirement from the city. Anytime you get over 100 people, you have to pay. And instead of paying cheap rent-a-cops from Eugene, we want to put money back into our city as well. So those are 3 areas we are focusing on putting money back in through the utilization of these funds.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a comment that I think we should pull up the rules that the council has agreed to for the use of TRT versus RTMP. You have that right there?
Is that the verses?
Yeah. So TRT can be used to promote and develop tourism, beautification of the city, recreational facilities, tourist facilities, beautification of the Oak Ridge community, beautification of public facilities, private businesses, and the community in general, advertisement and marketing of Oak Ridge and the surrounding area to attract tourism.
With an emphasis on out-of-state tourism.
I see that.
So really, we're talking about the RTMP.
That's TRT.
Right,
No, but you just
TRT.
read the
but you're
TRT.
indicating
But
that.
for his funding, it's the RTMP.
It would qualify under that.
Under both,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they have $60,000 in expensive.
right,
Yeah. My reading of it, especially if the TRT money would be going back into, if we're paying it so that they can pay the parks. Then that is a beautification. I think especially with the fund use criteria, it says advertising and marketing of Oak Ridge and the surrounding area to attract tourism with an emphasis on out-of-state tourism, and we don't have a ton of events that bring in people from out of state. Bus Fair does bring in people even internationally, so I think it does qualify there.
But it absolutely qualifies for RTMP too.
Yeah, we can split.
Mission statement number 1, fraction of visitors to rural communities.
There you go.
Bus fare attracts visitors.
So, we can take it out of either pot. But I think when the motion was to approve $5,000, which would leave, I believe, just over $2,000 that would go back into the parks. From the TRT money, because it's only $5,000, basically. The $5,000 takes care of your bus fees. Or sorry, $5,000 is bus fees, so then we're looking at an ask of $10,000.
7,700 of that would go back into the parks.
7,700 would go back into the parks, and then the other 2,000 goes to the police. If we funded at $10,000.
Yeah, a portion of the police services is closer to 36, but yes,
Yeah,
but 2,000 would go
let's
to
see,
the police roughly.
let's see.
okay. So if we want to only fund $5,000, then we're only gonna get $5,000 back into the parks budget. Because we're only giving $5,000. And then they would be asking for fee waivers on top of that. They may or may not get the fee waivers, but that is the.
I just want to mention that I love my parks, but I think a lot of money was accidentally transferred from RTMP and PRT into the parks already that shouldn't have been. We can't fix anything from the last fiscal year, so.
Yes, we can. The audit hasn't completed.
We can go back 3 years and make those fixes. So,
Right now, we're working on the audit from the last fiscal year, not the one we're in right now. Last fiscal year, which is where a lot of that happened.
wouldn't, we're getting into the weeds now.
Okay.
I'm just saying the parks aren't gonna die.
Hey, James, I apologize for interrupting, but you or Rick, I do believe since you're talking about the park funds, and Brock and I did also go to the park committee meeting, and they, as a committee like you all, did make a motion to recommend and support the full funding of the parks. I don't know exactly how it was written or said, but I would like that to go onto record and into discussion, so this committee can hear what the Parks Committee voted
That's
for.
included, yes, Vanessa, that's included in their packet of information, and that information is going to city council.
Thank you so much. I just didn't see that and wanted to make sure that was acknowledged.
James, can you help me understand what she just said?
The Parks and Community Services Committee voted unanimously, I believe, to recommend that the full $15,000 requested from this committee be approved. That recommendation will be going to city council.
Okay, thank you.
So they recommended that we,
You'll-
Yes, exactly.
Excuse me, James.
so now we're advisors to advisors.
They had standing because
So-
it's to do with parks. Rick,
If I recall, I do believe that the motion was to fully fund the parks, not the request.
What does that mean, though? Fully fund the parks? Does that mean that
I mean, find
Bus fares are
alternatives that
paid?
don't take money out of the parks.
Just say that
Sorry,
again?
sorry, say that again.
Find alternatives to not take money out of the parks.
Okay,
Correct. That's how I don't have it in front of me, but if I
Yeah.
recall, that was a conversation. Is if somebody has it in front of them, that would be even better.
I think
We just got it. So, Rick, let me ask you, when you say not take funding out of the parks, do you mean not approving, you're recommending to the council that they do not approve a fee waiver?
From the recollection of the discussion is we tried to stay within the lane of parks and community services, and yeah, our discussion was around funding the parks being
Okay.
funded. And we tried to keep it to that.
Okay, because I don't think anybody's asking to take money out of the parks.
That's not the impression I'm getting when this committee is saying, advising the other committee to waive $5,000 in fees. I do see that's a committee advising another committee. It is what it is, but
I think
I would
that
just wanted
if you think that we are advising another committee, that I don't think that's true at all. Our job is to advise the
Okay.
council.
I thought what we had proposed was 5,000 and then a free bus.
I thought I heard 5,000
I
off of
didn't
fee
hear a
waivers.
second on that motion. I'm sorry.
But I mean, I didn't understand how that got into park fees. I didn't, maybe when I went to restroom, it got to
Well-
park fees, but I didn't.
So if we only fund $5,000, basically they are asking for $10,000 and 7,700 of that would go to pay parks fees.
Okay.
So if we only fund $5,000, the bus fare is going to request waivers from the city to make up the difference. Therefore,
$2,200.
taking money out of, but then they would also be requesting, I don't know if they would be requesting for, I don't know.
well, this committee can also make a recommendation on how much in waivers council could grant.
I think again, it just boils down to, we don't have enough money to give everybody money, so we gotta give everybody what we can
Yeah.
get
When-
by on and see if we can make it.
Yeah, when this goes to city council on the 21st, the request from the bus fare is still gonna be $15,000. That is
Correct.
their request.
Right. That
Then council's gonna look at the recommendation from this committee, which is gonna say free buses plus whatever in RTMP and TRT money, plus whatever in park fee waivers, if anything.
And then 5K from ours.
Yeah, whatever your recommendation is, but the request is still for $15,000. Council can say, if they wanted to, they do give a lot of deference to the committee. The council could say, we don't care what the committee said, we're gonna get $15,000 in RTMP money, done. They could do that. They won't, because they have deference to the committee, but they could do that.
Right, but they'll probably listen to our recommendation.
I hope so.
So I want to just say that I think that it would make it easier for the committee to think about awarding an amount more so than think about how they're going to spend it. They have plenty of qualifying ways to spend whatever we award them. So if they want to pay their park fees with it, that's up to them. If they want to pay to have 1,000 hamburgers delivered, that's up to them. If it qualifies as a tourism thing, or let's say advertising.
Well, I would be more inclined to give them money that goes directly back into the city than I would be to give them money that doesn't. So that's why I'm looking at this first as the waivers, because if we're saying that we're gonna give them, $10,000 that goes directly to our parks and to our police, that feels better to me than $5,000 that goes directly to hamburgers.
Yeah.
So I think it's definitely
Okay.
worthwhile.
Is there a motion in there? In what you just said?
Yeah, I would move to, I'd move to give them 2,500 out of RTMP and 7,500 out of TRT. To give them 10,000. To complete their request,
And no free buses.
and free buses.
But then we're giving them more.
No, we're
So
not.
their request is for 15, and if we're giving them 10 plus $7,000.
No,
worth of buses.
free buses are 5,000.
Okay,
So your motion is for 2,500 out of RTMP, 7,500 out of TRT, and allow use of buses.
Yeah, which to my knowledge doesn't cost. us
Recommending
anything.
the waivers in the park one.
So it's, yeah, so we
It's-
can't put a dollar value on that. It's just and allow buses.
Yeah,
Would you agree?
Sorry, Mayor,
yeah.
who makes that decision? Is it Lane Transit District or?
It's in our contract.
Okay,
Yeah, and we checked it out, we vetted it.
okay.
Yeah.
So there won't be any hold up there probably.
They're already planning on it.
They're on board.
Anticipate,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. They have.
So did we have a second? Megan made the motion.
A second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's 4.
I'll say I am.
Five is aye.
Okay.
2.5 RTMP plus 7.5 TRT plus something.
Oh, no,
So who's five in that is?
here. Sorry. 2,500. RTMP.
Did we?
3,500. TRT, and then we are recommending. Buses of- This fair is 50 plus. Okay, great. Thank you, Brock and Vanessa.
Comment one thing?
Yeah.
I wrote down a bunch of, Mr. Barclay's concerns. Is there anything in there anybody wanted me to address out of any of his concerns he brought up further?
Well, can we review, I mean, it was a while ago. What he said, I mean, I remember a lot of it, but.
I'll go, yeah, I can go through it real quickly. So, just, he had mentioned that we didn't, in our report, mention 5,900 park fees. At one point, Mr. Barclay did not also mention how much went back into the community, which was nearly 13,000. $221 in expenditures for room and acreage. That's expenditures. The definition of expenditures is not only rooms, that's food, gas, everything else in town. So that's where that number comes from. Again, survey numbers, he mentioned somebody that stayed in his place that we didn't have on the survey. Out of our 954 attendees, only 200 plus filled out a survey. I can't force everybody to fill out a survey. So there's data that will be lost on that. Increasing costs, he mentioned 38,000 was what we spent last year. Now we're at 55,000. Our 55,000 is what we project if we have to pay for everything. That doesn't include if we get grants, fee waivers, things like that. So 38,000 last year was with our fee waivers, our grants, things like that. So I just wanted to address a few of those concerns brought up by Mr. Barclay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Sasquatch Festival.
All right. Well, okay, let me give you a little history of my background. This is my dad. In 2011. He got, hold on, I can't anymore. In recognition of a legacy of over 20 years of contribution in to the field of Bigfootology. So my dad has always been into Bigfoot from as long as I can remember. And he's known all of the big names in the Bigfoot community. So I go to this event every year that it's a private event and it's called Beachfoot and it's put on by Todd Neese. And it's for Bigfoot researchers only. So he's the reason why I was like, you know, I would love to put on a Bigfoot event. And he's like, why don't you? I'll hook you up with all the biggest names So I'm like, okay. Jill and Brett, they are the directors and producers of Flash of Beauty, Bigfoot Revealed. They're to play the movie in the park. They have 2 documentaries. That's #1 on Amazon currently. Cliff Brackman, he's from Finding Bigfoot. Cliff and Bobo, they're huge names in the Bigfoot world. Christy Sanders, she worked for BFRO, which is Bigfoot Field Research Organization, and she did all of their data input analysis. So she'll be doing a presentation. Of course, Todd Neese will be there. And David Shealy, I've known him since I was 16, and he said that he'll come out and he's not even charging me. He's like, I'll do it for free. So I was like, thank you. And Jason Kenzie, he was recently added, and he has a 12 seasons or series, seasons, I think it's searching for Sasquatch. And his manager contacted me and said that he wanted to be a part of this event. He lives in Canada. So he's coming all the way from Canada. And I told him, I don't have any more money for speakers, and I'm really sorry. And he's like, oh, it's okay. If you can do $250, we'll just come down because it's good for us. It's good for you. I'm like, okay, because he has a new series coming out, and it's called She Squatchers. It's a female cast that goes out and, you know, does their big stuff. But
What's the Canadian's name again?
Jason Kenzie.
Oh, that's okay.
Yes. So that's really exciting that he's doing this, and he's going to film the entire thing and put it on his series. So, and after the event as well, we're going out with my dad and my husband and my daughter, and we're going to do squatch calling, and he's going to document that whole thing and put it on his series as well. So that's going to be fun.
So, just to ask a couple questions here, do you have projected ticket sales on?
Okay, so I'm working, no.
Okay.
I'm working with an event planner, and she did the, she planned events for Warp Tour.
Okay,
She's
yep,
huge. I told her I thought that I was gonna get like 200, 300 people. She thinks that it's gonna be well over 800, maybe in the thousands, so.
okay, and is there any camping?
Yes,
Okay,
so additional camping can be purchased for $25. Or it comes with the weekend pass.
okay,
But I am going to put on the website, if they stay local in the hotel, that they'll get a Sasquatch coin to get a free beer at the beer bar.
okay.
Because not everybody's gonna want to camp.
Yeah, do you have a sense of what percentage of people you expect to camp versus staying in hotels?
No.
Yeah, first time at this.
First
Yeah.
one, no.
Yeah, and do you have plans in place to figure out how to, survey folks and see where they're coming from and,
Yes, I have codes for the discount ticket sales. I have podcast, Bigfoot Society podcast, you know, I told him that if he promotes it, I'll give him $2 a ticket and use his promo code, so I'm getting sales from him. And on the radio, me and my dad have been doing the radio on Saturdays with 97.3 KPW. And they have a promo code, so it's like I have all the speakers have promo codes, so I'm just trying to
And
track it.
how many hits did you get for your last social media?
So yeah, one of my hits hit over 22,000 hits.
oh, wow, so
Right, yeah,
there's a lot of interest in this.
yes.
Okay.
It's
Is it
exciting.
like a Bigfoot website? Is that what your hits are? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, no, this was on Facebook. It just went, the Bigfoot pages that I belong to. and
Okay.
It just went viral.
Was that from the commercial? Like the little TV commercial?
Oh, no, so Jason Kenzie made that commercial and, he said he's gonna promote the hell out of this and me and June and it's, he said, get ready. It's gonna be big, but, no, this was just, Facebook. I shared it onto like 5 different Bigfoot, Facebook pages and then so it shows me, my impressions and hits that I got from that share and it was over 22,000.
Have tickets gone on sale yet?
Yes.
Okay, and where are your ticket counts? at?
So I have 20 vendors currently, and I've got 33 tickets sold.
Okay. So
But-
it's early,
It's a
yeah.
lot, yeah.
And when did tickets go on sale? Sorry, I'm just really
Oh,
interested.
So I started selling them. It was like January. Mid-January.
Okay.
My website was being developed, so.
Okay.
Of course, this is new and there's incredible excitement out there, you know, among everybody.
Yes, yeah, oh, and so I have 3 more speakers now that contacted me and are not charging me. So I have Dr. Robert Alley. And it's like, I don't know if I should, I think I should just keep it the same, but, and just add them to the website, because, but he wants to be a part of it, and he's, well, Dr. Robert Alley, he writes books and he's a Bigfoot researcher. And Doug Meacham, he's a hypnotist.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, he hypnotized Bob Gimlin from the Patterson film, Bigfoot Patterson.
Sure.
Right. He hypnotized Bob Gimlin and did the regression. So he's going to talk about that story. He speaks. And then also Toby Johnson from Owl Moon Project, which he has a podcast and a Bigfoot thing. But he wants to be a part of it too, so.
Well, it sounds like, you know, you may have just done this at exactly the right time, which is the, you know, the kind of thing that we really like, especially here. You know?
Yeah.
And of
So I
course,
think-
we consider, I mean, I know there's plenty of places in the world that consider themselves the heart of Sasquatch country, but we really are, so.
Oh, we are, for sure. And this is gonna put Bigfoot on the map, or Oak Ridge on the map for Bigfoot even more than it already is. It's like I've been watching my speakers talk about it on the shows that they go on. And they talk about Oak Ridge being the hotspot for Bigfoot and that they're excited to speak there, and so.
And are you planning on this being an annual event?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, this has been the most stressful year of my life. It's like I've broke down so many times, like, I'm not gonna do this. It's just too much. And then it's like, okay, now, and it just took on a life of its own and it's all coming together. So,
But you do expect to do it year after
Yes.
year after
Yes.
this, okay.
yes.
That's important for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're all excited about it too. And I know all these people, so, and most of them are in Oregon. So, it's not hard to get them here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then are you requesting fee waivers from the city for the park? And
I would love that.
that's not something
Oh,
that
This committee can make that.
we can make the recommendation, but just looking to see, same kind of question I was asking with Brock is like, how much of the 13 4 that you're asking for would we think would be going back directly into
That was the 5,300.
Yeah, so I was hoping for,
$3,000 is what it costs, is what they owe the city for their.
and
right,
then the security on top of that as
Right.
well, so.
and yeah, and so I would pay for the park and security if I can get the funding for it. I don't, that's how that works.
I see.
Yeah, so that would be. Um. Just over $5,000 would be going back into the city from, anything that, well, potentially could be going back into the city if we were to fully fund it. What other, if you weren't fully funded, how do you expect to raise the rest of the fees?
My husband's paycheck. Yeah, it's been expensive.
Yeah.
I sold a house, which is why I had the funds, that I've invested so far. And I'm really, really low now. And I figure I can use ticket sales to continue on, like, it's inevitably gonna go. But
Yeah.
So quick, sorry to interrupt real quick, but so this is your total of expenses, but do you have like any kind of guess? Let's say you did get 800 people. I have no idea what your sales tickets cost. How much revenue might come in if 800 people came in?
$45.
She's calculating.
$45 times
So
800.
36,000. If I got 800.
And then will there be other sales on top of that, like merchandising and beer and whatnot that could
Okay,
be other
so
potential revenue streams?
No, I partnered, well, yes and no. I partnered with Rob at Cornermark and let him take care of the bands and the beer garden.
Okay,
I'm not getting any profit from the beer garden.
Okay.
I told Rob, if he wants to take care of that responsibility, I'll give him $10 a ticket. So actually it's less than the 36, but I just wanted that responsibility off of my shoulders because there's so much into planning this.
yeah,
So, and so I plan on getting swag. I'm using Misty for some of that.
sorry, who's Misty?
shirts. Oh, Misty, Davis. She's a local here in Oak
Okay.
Ridge, Michelle Coker's daughter.
Okay,
She makes shirts, and so I wanted to put some money back into the community. So I'm gonna have her make some shirts. And it's gonna say Oak Ridge on it, so it's promoting Oak Ridge as well. And then one of the musicians is Jess from Trans Cascadia. I'm gonna have her, she's amazing. So pay her to play. And let's see.
question real quick though on the swag, is that gonna be sold as merchandise? Like trying to get an idea of like how much revenue you think you might be able to make on this versus what your costs are.
Yes, I want t-shirts made, but I can't afford them yet, so that's down the road.
But I'm sorry, I guess my question is, you have swag in here and is that to give out as like promotion? Is that advertising, or is that is that 1,000 something that you expect to make money back on?
I would like to make money back on it.
So you're gonna sell the
If,
shirts?
yes,
Yeah.
but if Oak Ridge has another plan, if they want me to sell the t-shirts and donate that profit back to Oak Ridge, I don't even know how this works.
I think what I'm trying to further is Dawn's question of revenue versus expenses, just to see like what the big gap is between what you're requesting and what you might actually be making on this event.
I think there's gonna be a big gap. If she's not making any money off alcohol sales, there's zero revenue from alcohol sales.
Right.
But it is contributing to local
Yes.
economy.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And Rob is making the Bigfoot coins to, Because, you know, he's the one that is giving out the beer, so he's making the big book coins for people who are staying at the hotels to get that free beer. So that advertising is on him. So. Yeah, and I got, the quotes for the banners and the graphics. And I've had some stuff made, but not all of it. And the billboard is just, and it could really bring people in if, but they do a 3-month commitment and minimum of $2,000 a month for a 3-month commitment.
For a billboard?
And that's for the small one. If you want the big one, it's 3,000 a month.
Wow.
But we've already got 22 hits on 22,000.
22,000, that's right,
So
yeah.
Yeah.
the question,
Well, hits don't mean that we're gonna get 22,000
Right,
people. Sure. But there's 22,000 people that love Bigfoot, so we could probably get a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the bus fare only had about 1,000 attendees, I believe. That's correct.
Yeah, we average about 1,000. This big building.
there you go, Brad.
Yeah.
If you want to-
So I don't,
That's
I'm
a-
sorry, so I don't think there's gonna be 800 people. Event.
Fewer.
I think there'll be fewer. It's because it's the first year.
Well, Glides was, the first year was last year. That was their first event, Bigfoot event.
It
And
was in Glide?
they got over 800
Glide or.
Glide.
Oh, and Glide.
Yeah,
Okay.
last year. I went to the dinner, which is on Friday, and then the fair was on Saturday. They had over 300 people at the dinner and then over 800 people at the fair event. So, and it's, my festival lands on the same weekend as theirs. And I talked to them last year, they said that they thought that it would actually bring people into my event, not take away from them. And I have better speakers than they do, so, I think it'll,
So yeah, it might actually, you could look at it 2 ways. It could take people away from your, they have a 2-day event and you're a 3-day event, is that correct?
yes,
Okay, so I mean, it could be something that brings people in, if like people are looking to travel, they could be like, okay, well, we can go do 2 events and.
yeah, and they said, well, a lot of their people are coming from Bend, so
Okay.
we can grab them. You know,
On the way.
Last of the moon.
Alright,
Thank you.
Committee, anybody got any ideas on motions?
The RTMP money, you got the RT money, you got fee waivers. All at your disposal.
I just kind of looking off the bat, I would say since we are kind of tight on budgets, the rent and utilities at 5,300 and the security for 2,100 comes to about $7,500.
Mm-hmm.
And the advertising, maybe I'm naive, but if we're already got 22,000 hits on Facebook, the advertising's going pretty well, and I've seen advertising everywhere. So I don't know that we could fund the $6,000 of advertising, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I kind of agree that if we, that 6,000 would just kind of take away the billboard option.
Uh-huh.
Are you paying for other advertising though? Did this number here include the billboard? Or is that a new idea is what I thought I heard you say?
It says expenses were 14
Yeah,
million.
let's see. Yeah, so they thought,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so I didn't request for the billboard because I just,
14.9, but they-
it's so much.
Yeah,
Sure.
so yeah, but so
Oh,
Where is?
in the request, but it's kind of equates to,
So in other words, she still, if she got the 5,900. She would still, it looks like on this other side, she would still be able to spend that in advertising without doing the billboard.
Yeah, that's the remainder of the,
I think advertising is definitely a valid
But it's been,
expense.
been working so far.
To work on
yeah.
getting people here.
I feel like on this one, because it's a first year event, this might be a place where we do ask for fee waivers from the park to help them get on their feet a little bit, since we're tight on RTMP money, TRT money. And then we could give.
Under the rent was $3,000 for park fees.
Correct, and so I'm proposing that maybe we ask the city to
Waive those.
waive those, so that they're only asking for 2,300 in utilities. And perhaps that, let's see, that's 6. Yeah, I mean, that takes us down to just over 10,000, or almost 10,500, 10,044.
So,
So you're just taking 2,000 off is what you're doing?
It's taking 3,000 off for the park, if we ask
Oh,
for park,
3,000.
yeah, because it's a 3-day event at $1,000 each.
so like 10,500 and take,
So 2160 is going to the local police department, right?
There's-
Well, remember,
yeah,
we can't earmark exactly what they spend the money.
No,
yeah,
we're not trying to earmark it, I'm just trying to justify it.
yeah.
All right, so that goes back.
And is there any world where the police waives the fees for a new event? Is that a possibility?
That would be up to the chief and,
That's not a chamber decision. That's
yeah.
a-
because that money goes into the reserve association, which then goes back to the police department. Myself and the other reserve, we work for free anyway.
Yeah,
We make no money, zero.
But it puts money in your fund to help get you guys uniforms and,
Yeah, it usually just goes back.
oh.
so,
I see. So are we getting to an outline of a motion?
well, I'm wondering, is that a thing that we could? Does that seem even possible to ask, that maybe they waive those fees?
If we waived it for one, all the other events would expect us to waive it.
Probably we should stay away.
And that would look bad because her husband's a former police officer and it would look like. we were favoring.
Oh.
Yeah,
So I don't think the chief would go for that.
okay, understandable.
I was just gonna say, in all my time, I've never heard a request for a fee waiver for.
Yeah, I thought it was
Yeah.
required, like,
It is required to
Yeah.
have security, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, but just knowing that it's the volunteer police that I was just spitballing.
We are cheap.
You know,
We are-
I'm trying to find money here that we don't have.
I get it.
Yeah.
The way, I was.
Do you need any buses?
So we're kind of helping fund money going back.
so my event planner asked me to ask about that, but I didn't even know what it was, so I didn't ask. But buses, is that a thing?
Where would you need buses for?
From, like, if they want to come up to Oak Ridge for the event, can we advertise?
Oh, like from Eugene?
Oh,
Yeah.
From Eugene, I see.
well, we have 11 hours. How many hours did we promise? Or not promise, but recommend?
Brock, how many hours did you need?
13,
13 hours out of.
the 24 total for a calendar year.
So you would have, 11 more hours available.
11 more hours available. So
Yeah, for a 3-day event.
that's only a few runs there.
Yes,
Local people might want to go to your event, local people will go to Roxy. You could have a stop locally, that would help get people who live here
Yeah,
to the event.
True, that's very true. Although she doesn't have a bunch of buses at her event, so the entire park could be used for parking.
no,
Oh,
there's gonna be people camping,
Vendors.
so we can't have parking on the grass because, don't want to have a potential disaster with somebody being ran over in their tent.
gotcha, okay.
where are
So
you
buses are
parking
possibilities,
cars?
but it's not in your budget.
So, that's another thing. I would like to have part of OIP for additional overflow parking, or they can stay at Ray or park at Ray's and walk. I don't know.
Yeah, the cost of that is, what's it, Brock, $300 per day?
Yeah, for a lot on Kokanee. For parking.
How many,
Or $200.
how many cars fit over at OIP? Huh?
A lot.
Well, it's not, that's for one lot.
If you park our lot, yeah.
Oh, but every city street is legal to park.
Yes.
Everybody can park all the way
Yes.
down Kokanee on the street. That's not gonna hold as many people as a lot would hold.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that the neighborhood's gonna love.
Kokanee doesn't have any houses on it.
Okay. There's a neighborhood over there, right?
Yeah, there's a couple now.
On Kokanee,
Highway PA.
Where you can't,
Backyards for.
well, one house.
yeah, but I mean, if it's 800 people, well, over the weekend. It's tough to say. I want to figure out parking. Well, the condition is.
Oh, and Tannerite is sponsoring all the raffle prizes. So that was a.
Tannerite could possibly also sponsor your parking in the Tannerite.
So I talked to Jennifer about that, and she said that she didn't think that Dan was gonna go for it. But just for liability, but I'll push
Yeah,
it.
and they actually only have room for about, I don't know, 20 cars maybe.
Oh.
It's a tiny lot.
Yeah, it's not that big. And I mean, a lot of it is consumed with their business. But I guess I'd like to suggest that we would consider adding to whatever motion's gonna be made to give the remainder of the hours of the LTD bus option for her to figure out the best way to utilize that, whether it would be one round trip or 2 round trips from Eugene to here to bring people that want to come,
Okay.
or whether that would be local, you know,
Yes, but, you know,
like,
And that's not in their budget, so if you wanna put in buses, you could add another 5,000 to their 50,000, so now their budget is 55,000.
Wait, I thought it was free.
Oh, it is free, but I'm saying,
What
if you were
service
to hire
you have
buses,
Oh.
If you were to pay a private charter company to shuttle people from the OIP to Green Waters Park for 3 days, you'll spend over 5,000.
so yeah, shuttling is spendy, so I was just throwing that out there as if we gave you so many.
Yeah, so I may have,
Okay, never mind.
Transcascade.
yeah, I'm just saying that
Whatever.
we shouldn't consider that.
It takes away from the federal-
No, I'm suggesting that as part of our motion, even if we. Well. I understand what you're saying.
I'm just saying, don't give them free buses and be like, oh, now they.
Oh,
now
no,
we
I
can
wouldn't
release their request.
I wouldn't reduce anything on the
Yeah.
request. I was suggesting throwing that.
Yeah.
In as a benefit to the event,
Gotcha.
because it, you know,
how dare you?
I guess I'm just having trouble coming up with like a number here because it seems like there's a lot of things to be figured out. And obviously we want Oak Ridge, we want you to be well supported and this to be a well-run event and Oak Ridge to be well represented, but
I think the question is, how much
Well,
of the
maybe I can-
$50,000 do you want to give? Does it cost $50,000 to put on this event? How much of that 50,000 do you want to support? They're asking for 13. out
For
of the
13,
yeah, I'm saying I'm having trouble with that. So anybody else?
Now, how do you, may I ask, you're having trouble with that amount or?
Well, I'm having trouble figuring out a correct amount for this because there's a lot that's unknown about this event
Sure.
and what they, could make on this event. How many people are gonna be at this event? There just seems like there's a lot of questions out there.
that are impossible to answer for a first time event.
I mean, yes and no. I think just having some projections on what you expect to make, how much merchandise you expect to sell. Those are all normal things for an event to be able to project, and we don't know. Even like there's just not even a guess. at this point as to what it is.
Right.
Um,
Can you scroll up on that so
Yeah.
I can see what we're looking at as available funds for TRT?
so TRT is down here, so,
My intuition is that this is good, the festival's
16,
gonna bring
And
in,
six is already.
you know, a
on
lot
there.
of, a
Yes.
lot of heads in bed,
Can
which
we
is our
throw
favorite
in
phrase, and restaurants.
number
and
just
yeah,
for the
everything.
halibut in the tourism book line for, I think what is our past 3,000?
Everybody's gonna wanna hear those speakers, and they're just.
Oh,
they're
I'm
great.
sorry, that's Chrissy's book.
yes.
Where is the money that we give to?
Lincoln.
We already,
County?
we already spent that. It's already taken care of. It's already been accounted for. We paid that bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's already off of.
Okay.
Thank
Do
you.
do you want me to add in
No, I'm
projections
sorry.
on any of these others to help?
No, I was thinking that line was for the tourism thing that we know we're gonna get,
Okay,
so never mind.
I'll put it in as Christie's. Is
Could you?
that how you're spelling it? Is it with
Yeah.
Y?
So the chamber one also didn't get funded yet?
Oh. Sorry. That motion did not pass. So we're looking at, we have. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's the total, okay. I can't type, sorry, everyone. All right, so we have 19K left in TRT through June of 24 and 12.5 in RTMP. Again, I believe that this qualifies for both events, or sorry, both pots of money, so we could move to divide it up however we see fit. We do have more money in TRT than we do in RTMP. Also remembering that TRT is through June this year, and we'll have potentially an extra $15,000 by the end of the year in that pot. So there's more in TRT than there is in RTMP.
I will mention that TRT is more helpful for a new event like this because it doesn't have to be a reimbursement. There's no rules in our TRT rules. They can get that money up front.
I see.
Which would be like something for, advertising versus,
Well, if we're just looking for
Yeah.
somebody to throw something out there, I'll throw.
Yeah,
a proposition of I'll throw out a proposition of $7,500. And not do the advertising, so.
Right.
I would throw out a
A motion?
resolution, a motion that we give them $7,500.
and how would you like that? Would you like that out of
And I think it should come out of the TRT
TRT?
as a new thing. And that cuts back on the advertising budget, but like I said, since everybody isn't getting what we want, it seems like the advertising is going very, very well right now. That might be something that doesn't need, maybe we don't need a $6,000 billboard or something, maybe we
Okay,
don't,
so-
yeah. So,
But
and so maybe we could fund everything but the advertising.
The billboard wasn't in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the billboard's not in, so your potential motion is 7,000.
7,500, same as what we gave the bus fare, yeah.
What about fee waivers? Any fee waivers or no fee waivers?
I think that we should ask I think we should ask for part fee waivers on this since it's a first year event.
But that's part of the 5,300 we're asking for, right? The rent and utilities?
No.
No, that is.
We cannot earmark exactly what they have to spend the money on.
I understand, but if they're budgeting $5,300 for rent, part of that $5,300 is,
Correct.
Is the park fees.
At least 3,000, but.
so if we waive the 3,000 park fees and we're giving them 7,500, then we're giving them 10,000, basically giving them $10,000.
Right, which is similar to the bus fare, because you gave them $10,000 plus the buses, which are worth 5,000.
Yeah.
And based off of what we saw off the budget, if we suggest a fee waiver, does that automatically come out of our funds and goes into the,
A waiver is just a waiver.
okay,
Yeah.
It just means the city does not receive any revenue.
okay.
It doesn't mean anything other than that unless the council makes a separate motion, which is fully up to the council.
Right. Mm.
I'm okay with that then, $7,500 and the waiver fee for 3 days.
So,
So
then,
$7,500 out of TRT, park waivers and use of the buses. The remaining hours.
it's the
of-
11
of
hours
the bus service.
of bus service.
So that's your motion?
Mhm.
I'll second
Is that, okay?
7.5 TRT plus 3,000 in waivers plus buses.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
All right, unanimous.
Thank you. You seconded it?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for.
Thank you.
I think you're bringing us a real gem here.
Put those numbers
Yeah.
into your chart there.
Yes, thank you.
For all your hard work. Thanks.
7,500 TRT.
So this is, we're gonna take you and say Sasquatch. Okay.
Can you hand me the paperwork on that one?
Sasquatch.
Third or fourth one?
So can I remove this?
Technically, her ask was
I read this.
13,004.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Glad it was late. No.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock. I'm willing to carry on. Just want to make sure everybody's still to go. People are still here in the room, so
I'm willing.
okay.
Is the rest of the committee willing?
I'm ready. Yeah, we're here. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Everybody's here. So.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify something else real quick. So when a motion is made, it's supposed to have a second
Oh, do we
before
have-
before it goes into discussion, which is what we all just did without a second. I just wanted to point that out. The normal process is someone makes a motion in full or whatever they want their motion to be. If he had stopped right at just 7,500, that's fine. If someone seconds that, then we go to discussion and vote. And if anyone wants to make a new motion to add all these other things, we can do that. I'm just trying to throw it out there what normal process is.
Cool, thanks. I don't know.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, Ubra is up next.
Okay.
Well, I do have one more question for you guys. I guess if we're at that point, or do you need to, you want an overview? The $2,400 for streetlight banners, is that for the streetlights we have or what? Because it doesn't say anything here, so I'm wondering what.
Sure. I can tell you that the banners are not up right now. We have the snowflakes up.
Right.
So they go on the same pole. They've been up probably for about 10 years. They,
Oh, just the banner, okay.
yeah, it says, welcome Oak Ridge, I believe.
Okay.
Welcome to Uptown.
Similar to this.
So you already have the banners?
Yes, they go in storage when the streetlights are up, and we had a little issue with the sizing, like the tree planting banners were a different size. We had to have the person climbing the pole to adjust that. So we're looking at some new ones because
Okay.
some of them are tattered and about to fall apart.
And then a couple other things like the highway billboard refresh and a couple of these. Are those block grants that we were talking about that would those qualify for that? Beautification?
You have to be a business or a house. And Ubra is an organization. Not a
Oh.
business.
Darn. Okay,
So wait, the question was on the billboard? Whether that would.
well, there were a couple things here. I thought, well, if it was cleanup, there's a. The Highway 58 billboard refresh. I didn't know if that could be something that was like a city beautification thing that could be considered in a block grant.
Oh, So like he specified, block grants are for businesses or people, is that right?
Properties, yeah.
Properties. However, TRT funds are specifically designed for beautification, so that billboard would perfectly qualify as a TRT expense, and that's what we're looking at doing.
Just to mention something else on the billboard. So that what the billboard does is direct traffic to the. So what it is doing is attracting visits to Uptown. It says there's a little art piece of perspective of Uptown, and it says explore Uptown. And there's an arrow that says turn left or right. So the concept is to attract people off of 58 and get them to swing up into Upton. So it is, it is a beautification if you look at it, because the old one is faded out, right? But it's also the promoting tourists to the Upton area and directing them. So
Yeah, I'm also. I'll go on record. I would right now say if this is the one I would give to, because this actually makes our city when we come and we see. When I looked at this the other day, if you came here in the winter and our Christmas lights, half the bulbs were out. What's the point? We either look pretty or we don't.
Right, thank you for that. Yeah, we are trying very hard to follow the directions from the TRT and or our RTMP. And we feel strongly that we have plenty of data saying people from Eugene, they go to Bend, they've never been to Uptown. So we need to let them know it's here. We have a couple of property owners in the room here, who have property or businesses in Uptown. And it's something you hear pretty often. So we're really happy to be able to, we have the design, we have the printer, we have the installer all lined up. And we put money in our budget, the little amount of money that we have that we've raised over the years. But we would love further support because we feel it really touches both the locals. They love Uptown. It's quieter than the highway. We just offer something different. So we're looking forward to answering your questions.
I drove by Oak Ridge for 20 years before I knew there was an Uptown.
Me too.
And where does Ubra get the rest of its funding from? Is it fundraisers or?
We go door to door and ask people to join. We go door to door and say, hey, would you like to support with a flower basket? So we ask people for money.
Okay.
We don't have a dedicated fundraiser of any kind at this time. We used to be part of a couple of different things, but we're not right now. So it's membership and just asking for donations.
And how many members do you have? 25. What's membership fees? 25. Okay.
Yeah.
Yearly?
It's a little more if you're a business, you can be an individual member.
business is 50.
Okay, so not a huge amount.
Same, the chamber.
Okay,
So if you're a business in the Uptown, you could
Yeah.
ask, hey, $50 to join Uber? Hey, $50 to join the chamber. Still a pretty good deal.
Pretty
compared
good
to
deal.
other
Pretty good
events.
deal. This is requested out of. 15. And is this request for the full year or the fiscal year? Our fiscal year ends in June.
We didn't plan to ask for any further money, maybe our treasurer, Mr. Kevin.
Well, it would be this year because TRT, you can get the money now.
Yeah, so, I mean, just to clarify, most of everything that we're doing is really ramping up to replanting forward. In May, we probably replanted the flower baskets, I think. And there's always pieces of hardware that need to be replaced. I mean, somebody scorched the bracket over income, so. So I don't know how you want to work at it, but we're probably Do we have any long-term projects on that?
Well, we have approval from city council to put signs at either end of the city limits. When I was chamber president, we put one at either end, and I thought that was a pretty good idea. So we're going to put something that says uptown kind of in big letters to again get people thinking, where's uptown? I want to go there.
I think that, you know, if we're fully funded now, we'll be spending in the first and second.
I'm just wondering if there's gonna be any further requests this year. This is it for the year, for the calendar year.
No.
Okay.
Well, I would make a motion that we give them the 6250 and it comes out of the TRT funds, because this is definitely not a one-time event and a beautification thing.
We haven't.
If someone wanted to accept that motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, do we have any discussion?
Do we have that much money left?
Yeah.
Good.
Seems like there's no discussion on that. All in favor, say aye. You look
Aye.
at me like, aye, okay, unanimous.
That is correct.
All right. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I knew the pizza place was open. I ordered pizza for you.
All right. Amy, thank you for your patience.
No problem.
Thank you for hanging out with us.
Yeah, all of you, thanks for, you know.
Yes.
the many-
Yes,
the many
thank you so
hours
much.
You, for coming back, you know.
Oh, yeah, thank you guys.
So.
These are not easy decisions to make, so. Hats off to you guys.
Um,
You know, eventually, something's gonna, you know, things in the world will change such that we'll start getting a lot more energy coming our way. I mean, and things like this help. And, you know, we may be on our surfboards when that wave comes and we all may benefit, you know, mightily from that. That's our hope, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not a solar wave.
Thank you. Okay.
oh, we're in
Or an
TRT
ocean
right now.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm, no,
Oh,
that's.
sorry, RTMP. Sorry.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
All right, so you're taking the tax? 1,500.
That's-
Okay, and then, I wanted to ask also on the effort part. Will you add back in the Mountain Town Throwdown that's already been approved by council for 2,500?
Yes, but then I have to adjust. the-
Oh, you,
Yeah, she already.
I accounted, we
Oh,
accounted
yeah.
for that in,
25,000.
okay, never mind. Never mind.
okay. I think it's,
I see what you got.
yeah, that's why it kept getting confusing when I was saying like 31,000 versus the 28, because I was trying to keep like this here, because it was already in there, but it's fine, we've moved, we're good.
Okay.
I did, where is it, dragging text, okay.
1,500, which is twice.
So I guess then my question would be on your lower half, your TRT part.
Uh-huh.
Could you scroll it, please? You threw in 33 for Travel Lane County. Is that coming out of the 32 that was up above? Or is, because when we counted for the 32 up above, it already included the 33. I thought James explained earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's already been paid for. That should not be in.
so I removed it from here so that it's not coming out of this total.
Oh,
This,
okay.
this is,
That's what I wanted to.
yeah. So I can just get rid of this and then. Yes, we're good.
Okay.
Got it. Okay,
$6,500 requested from.
so I think the biggest thing we're up against is that there was a council motion and the recommendation of the,
1,000 maximum.
that 1,000 is the
Yeah.
max.
I have, the only thing I have on that is that if we're gonna be held to it, all the other committees need to be held to that. If we're gonna be held to the heritage limit, all committees that meet those standards need to be held to those rules. And they've already been, no offense, Brian, bypassed on him.
I think
He's
Ron-
one example. I mean,
Actually, I don't think he's an example.
I don't think he is, because he's profit. I think you have,
No, I think
Third
council determined that the COVID year did not count as one of the.
right, and, okay, and, but still, there's other committees in the town. So when tree planting comes here, when, concerts in the park, I'm sorry, Uber comes here, I'm gonna throw everybody under the bus, because if we're gonna be held to that, which fine. If the rule's there, the rule goes across the board, no matter who it is.
Yeah.
I don't think it's fair that we were singled out. That is where I got upset last year, is that we got singled out somehow. And I really felt like we were grilled, like we don't know what we're doing. But I don't know how the other nonprofit committees work. 90% of ours goes to the food bank. We're lucky if we keep $600 out of our profit to start the next year. That goes into our kitty every year. So, our budget this year is going up by about almost $7,000. And that's because we were pre-warned about our radio ad going up approximately $2,000 to $3,000 because we've been under grandfathered for the last 15. And the radio is going, we need to change this with the grandfathered. I mean, we're not getting grandfathered in. Now, are they going to do something for the nonprofits? Yeah, but they're just restructuring. I already know our glass prices are going up from our glass vendor because they gave us a heads up. It's not just a little bit, it's a lot. It's almost a $700 to $1,000 increase. So and we understand you guys can't fund everything. We're just asking you to be fair. If we're gonna be held to the rules, every other entity, profit, nonprofit, needs to be held to those. There's only been 2 events that I know of that are still new. Out of everybody that's on your list, I watched the list, especially since the ruling last year. So I'm not upset with you. I'm upset with the factor that the rules need to be the same for everybody. So we can
Yeah.
all be on the same page.
Understood, and the way that we are looking at the upcoming requests, we have put in every other fest that's a heritage at that amount because we know that we don't have the money. We're running out of money to. And I understand how you would feel singled out at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
And may I ask now, who enforces that, a very valid point. I mean, it's one point really. Who would be making the demand that would it be us? Is that it's city council?
Ultimately, the city council,
And this is only for RTMP funds, not for.
And that, yeah,
which is what her point was at the beginning of this discussion, was that the council actually made in their motion last year when they awarded the amount that was approved by this committee, which is like close to 2,500. The council made in their motion that moving forward, this particular event would go into the grandfather because, I mean, sorry, not the grandfather, that's the wrong word to use. The heritage. Yeah.
and I don't think we've had other heritage events apply.
Well, it's
Since
debatable.
then.
It's whether or not you count the bus fare when they got a little bit of money, but then didn't put on the event because of COVID. Some people say that still counts as one of their years because they did receive some money, but it is not the number of years the event has actually happened.
Yeah, this is their third year.
This is technically their 3rd year.
Okay.
Which is why I said I wasn't really throwing
Yeah.
under the bus, but had we all had COVID,
Yeah.
he'd be in the same group we are as tree planting, as Ubra, as the chamber, as I can list everything here, but
Yeah.
you kind of get my, you get my gist on it. And I understand there's only so much to go around.
Yeah,
And I know nonprofits are in one category and for-profits are in another category. I don't think that anybody should be in any category. It should just be, if you're going to put these rules down, they should be fair for everybody.
yeah, and I think that was. I think you were the first in line to get that decision because the committee hasn't been a thing. And that is something that, I feel like we have been given this set of rules and that we do need to follow them. And I'm sorry you were first in line for that, and I totally understand that, yes, it should be fair across the board. Your
Yeah.
event should not be singled out.
And I think the rules need to be revamped, not on dollar amount, but what the criteria is to meet for a higher limit, if a higher limit is available.
Yes, and just as
Yeah.
a point of order, this is a point of order. That heritage thing only applies to RTMP funds.
Yeah.
They're requesting RTMP or TRT funds.
Now, I didn't fill out TRT because I've always been told we don't qualify for TRT.
And I think we found out recently that we had the meeting last time, and I think we have a lot more clarity on how similar the two are. We do have,
However, we always have to follow the city's rules, which
Right, but they
he
qualify.
yeah,
he
correct.
pointed out that they do qualify.
Well, thank you. You've all answered my questions. Thanks for.
You were saying you only get $600 and, they're not-
So far on the average, I mean, I'm calling the average from 2019 to current. Last year was the first somewhat normal event since COVID, since 2019. So that's roughly about what it's been over the last few years. We're actually expanding this year. We're hoping to expand this year. We've got already 20 vendors lined up. We've got 4 of those are in addition to 4 food vendors. We're trying to grow it because it's a very popular festivity. The more we grow, the more we sell, the more we sell, the more we're able to keep in our kitty. But we do contribute 90% of all proceeds to the food bank.
And what was that total contribution last year? Approximately.
Right under around $4,800 to the food bank.
So we're clear that they qualify under TRT or GLT.
And our.
So, and RTMP, but it's the upward limit, for a heritage event applies to an RTMP
Request.
Correct.
request. Yeah.
Yeah,
So if we wanted to go around that, we'd be looking at TRT.
correct. So we could allocate $1,000 out of RTMP funds.
Yes.
And then recommend that extra funding is given out of TRT.
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah.
we give 10,000 from TRT and 1,000 from RTMP. It's still.
Now you're just,
Yeah.
Just throwing out.
you're just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There's-
I'm not drilling you.
Oh, no,
Okay, but you're saying you get like $4,800 or like 5,000 to make it round after the event's over, right? Into the food bank,
They
like
give to
$5
the-
grand.
it goes to
Okay,
the
and you're asking 6,500 to just be a partial expense of, what's your dollars out versus dollars in? It sounds like you're only making 1 or 2% on the amount we're losing.
On our committee, correct. We only keep 10% of the proceeds. We give the rest to the Oak Ridge Food Bank that
No,
goes
okay,
back
no,
to the
no.
community.
I'm not understanding. How much money goes to the food bank?
90% of all profits.
Dollar amount.
It depends on the sale.
Almost 5,000.
Last year was almost
All right,
5.
almost 5,000. See that, well, that's my point. We're giving $1,500 more than that. Why don't the city just donate the money? you
I
know,
see what you're saying.
I mean,
Can-
you
can-
have to
can-
be
to me,
spending
I'm a little slow.
like $40,000, $50,000 from this expense. You're spending way, way more than you're bringing back in. I'm just like kind of not understanding the economics of the situation. You know, I understand you're having this event and everything, but the goal isn't to run the event. The goal is to bring money into the food bank.
So, if I may, so I've been involved with the Kagan Cats for a while. So initially, the Kagan Cats was set up as a street fair to attract visitors to the uptown. That is the reason it's held right out here on First Street, is that it allows visitors from the region, because it attracts regional visitors and statewide visitors to come to the uptown and have the vendors and food and the beer garden and music.
I understand all those benefits. I think the food bank is getting screwed somehow, the deals that you're doing. You're the amount of money that you're spending and the amount of people that come in, the food bank.
They're not spending money. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. The food bank spends no money on this.
I understand that. The event gets paid for. The vendors get paid for. The people running beer get paid for. The people.
No.
It's all volunteers.
They wouldn't even, if they
The-
could keep,
the-
they could have kept that $5,000 for themselves and made a profit. They don't have to give it to the food.
The
That's just a
vendors
benefit that they're doing afterwards.
And
I'm just. This is my own curiosity. I'm sorry.
I just want to try and help people understand what I think you're trying to say, and you could clarify. What I'm assuming you're saying is they are asking us to give them 6,500,
Right,
and then they're gonna end up, if their event is as successful as it was last year, giving around 5,000 to the food bank.
right.
So what you're saying is, why doesn't the city just give the money to the?
I know the city can't. They can't make the donation straight to the food bank because this is all like. I'm getting at this, I'm sorry you even brought it up.
That wasn't what you meant.
But I mean, with the amount of money that's coming in. I mean, if you have the number of people coming in and they're spending a reasonable amount of money. You're talking like 500,000, somewhere between 200 and $500,000 is being spent over the event. Why are you getting less? I mean, it's for raising money. Why are you getting such a low percentage of the money? I mean, you could almost put off boxes that say donate $1 to the food box and make more money than that. I mean, if during the event, whoever's making the money is the people that are selling the beer and stuff like that.
the committee sells the beer. So our revenue is from the customer would come and buy and pay $20 for their initial commemorative glass. That has all of our sponsors and the city of Oak Ridge on there promoting it. Okay, with that, they get 6 beer garden tickets for 6 tastings. Not 6 beers, but 6 tastings, which are at 2, 4, 6, and 8 ounce increments. Then after those 6 tickets, if they want more tastings, it's $1 per ticket. Okay, that's ran by volunteers. That is ran by the committee. And so that's our money revenue, along with whatever we charge the vendors for their booth space. We make nothing from the vendors. We make nothing from the food vendors, except for their vendor booth space. So
Okay, I can understand that.
our only revenue is the beer sale, beer and wine sales. To say,
Right, but you see, you're not the vendor, you're getting a cut of that, right?
no, we are the vendor.
You are the vendor.
We are the beer and
How
wine.
much you?
We get donations on beer and wine. We don't pay for the beer and wine.
My only question is, you should re-examine your billing structure.
What bill? I'm not understanding.
How much you charge for the beer, how you charge for the beer, how much money you get in profit after you sell the beer. all right? You need to have somebody do an analysis of that, because you're only making like 1 or 2%. That's what I'm saying. If you had the event, just ran the beer event and put out boxes for donations from people walking around, you would make as much money as you are running the whole event. I mean, if everybody that came donated $1, you're getting close to what you're getting out of all the work of all.
We don't get 5,000 people coming, it's a free event. On first, anybody can walk into the event, they're only paying for the beer.
You also have several vendors that are gonna support for a night. If 5 vendors show up, 5 vendors are gonna make a living that night. And a band's gonna make a living that night. And so you're actually,
I
yeah.
understand all that.
It's not the kind of event that's gonna make money, because the people that participate in it, the vendors are gonna make money, but the event itself, the people who put on the event, there's not that many opportunities
Which
to
is
make
only
money
the
other
beer
than just the beer tickets to get people to a central place. So everybody spends their money in that central place, and that money
Right.
goes to 20 different places.
Because otherwise, the food bank does have boxes out at,
No,
the grocery store,
you should,
if
you
they could
should
just-
put donation boxes out because they're cheap and you'll get more money.
We actually
You
have
know.
people hang this one.
We do,
This is for the food bank.
I,
do. But we have a lot of.
I'm sorry, where I came from, they hold events like this to make money for different charities. And, if the people that are running the charity are not making about 15%, that means that all the money is going to everybody else instead of into your pocket.
None of our money goes to anybody else except to put on the event itself. That's all our money goes to, is to pay for the bands, pay for the production, pay for the lighting.
I
I think
understand.
that's
That's all
what he's
it
trying to
is.
say. I
I'm-
think what he's trying to say is you're spending more on producing the event than it's worth for what is ending up going to the food bank. Is that right?
Yeah.
If you look at the benefits to the
Right.
community, so
Yeah.
it benefits the community as a whole because it's an event that everyone can enjoy. And it also benefits the food bank.
Right, so,
Well,
So there's
So
a
then-
huge benefit beyond
Yeah.
what comes to the food bank.
right, so that what we're saying, is there value to the event itself, in and of itself, separate from the food bank aspect?
The only time you can dance on First Street.
Yeah.
well, the whole purpose of the event from the get-go is to put money into the food bank.
No,
No, they decide to do that.
Oh,
It's to bring people to Oak Ridge, to bring tourists to Oak
To
Ridge
entertain.
okay.
and to promote.
Well,
down there.
If you're,
and hotels.
I
And
understand.
it is growing. I mean, I've already had 4 previous couples, the last 2 years have come. 2 are from Washington, one's from Utah, and one's from
Right.
Colorado. They're back, they're planning their family vacations again around it.
I just feel you don't get enough value out of it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, wait a minute, you've built this event up
Yeah,
over many years. And so you have all these people that are showing up. You know, I'm not. I just wish you could get more money out of it.
well, we
it will
wish we
grow.
could get more money out of it too and give it to them, but if we start charging too much, nobody will show up.
Yeah.
For a
Well-
street festival, so I mean, it's a catch-22, but it was originally created as. Yes, a fundraiser with a couple of different other nonprofits involved.
Right.
Putting it on as a community event to benefit the food bank, so
And
that's how it's gone, and little by little, we're increasing fees,
Right,
but
and
we're
I-
trying not to gouge people.
I think little by little, it will grow. Yeah,
Okay.
it will grow with time. I mean,
Wait a minute,
we're helping to.
How many years has this event been going?
This is its 16th year, this is.
All
my-
right, all right.
This is
Then
my
it's not
4th
going to
year,
grow.
and it's grown in the last 3. So,
You know,
old
you know,
regime, new
you're
regime.
saying it's gonna grow in the future. It's had 16 years of growing. I'm saying that maybe
I think we could sum it up as you don't want to support this event, but maybe we could move on to other aspects.
I want to support the event. I just want to see the event be more efficient with the money that we're giving it. I mean, you know, that's why I said we could turn around and give you $6,500 and then instead of spending it on advertising, hand it to the food bank and they'd be up $2,000.
But then,
But we can't do that. That would be illegal because that would be illegal because.
No, I know we can't do that. I know we can't do that.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, from an aspect of spending money versus what you get back, if the event is just to get people here, then there's no profit to be made. Don't worry about it.
So think of it this way, the cake and cast event is the way the city gives the food bank the money.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
The cake and cast event is the way that the city donates money to the food bank.
Well, essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also don't think that there's value that you can't really see here in a dollar amount. The value of people coming into town that have been coming for,
I have
years.
no problem with that. I'm glad that they do it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I happen to be a very low income person
Mhm.
and I use the food bank.
Mhm.
Okay, and if we're trying to strap onto that to make money for the food bank, then we ought to be leveraging the event a lot more than we do. Because with the number of people that come here, the 40-something $100 you get is tiny compared to what you should be getting.
So if we look at last year, that's roughly 700 people attended over the course.
How many?
700 attended over the course of the day. Now, those people spent money outside of the event. They didn't stay anywhere, but if you translate that into dollars spent, like I gotta buy a tank of gas, I gotta buy snacks, I go to the pub and I buy a meal and I buy a
Oh.
beer. They're easily.
No, that's fine.
No, wait, they're easily putting $20 per person into the economy of Oakland.
Please, Jeff.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. I'm just thinking, you know, like, I need to volunteer to help you guys. To like make donation boxes or something to put out so that you're getting more out of the event. I mean, you know, I don't know how you guys do it on the budget that you have, honestly.
Can I make a, point of order? I don't think this committee needs to work so hard on trying to convince him to have a different opinion. He has a right to his opinion. He's expressed it, I think. If you're done expressing your opinion,
I'm
we
done.
could move on.
Let's move on and then
This
we'll go for the vote.
Okay, or is there a
Uh,
motion?
Well, we don't have a
Been a
motion
motion yet.
quite yet.
Yeah.
We're working on one.
Okay,
So we're thinking $1,000 out of RTMP. Because that is the, you know, the legacy limit there, right?
yes,
And then we need to kind of see what in TRT we are able to yeah.
yes.
So how are we doing it?
There's-
Are you keeping tally?
Yes, there's 5,250 left in
In TRT
TRT funds
until
until
June?
June.
Well, it could be next month.
Could be next month.
Well, your event is when?
August 10th.
August, and so, and this is a RTMP request, so you only need reimbursements, correct?
Ma'am.
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't need any money up front.
No, we don't. We don't
Oh.
need any money up front.
well, that gives us a lot
Okay,
of time.
so then-
It's just it's our budgeting to tell us, you know, if we are awarded a certain amount, now it tells us, okay, we know we can spend on whatever we need to spend or where we need to cut back on stuff.
So since this 5,250 is only through June, this money wouldn't be coming out until the next quarter, so that's really an extra, we actually have 7,000, so that's
Did you say 52?
$13,000 left in the TRT budget,
I see.
by the time that this event will be paid out.
I
Yeah,
see.
no, it could be paid up immediately.
Well,
She was asking if
I-
we needed it, and we don't need it immediately.
Yeah, I'm
It
trying to
could
make,
potentially be waited on if that is what you guys choose to do.
yeah, just
We
just
don't
because,
normally submit until after our event. There are advertising our radio ads. We don't even get that invoice until after the radio ads gone out, which is 2 weeks prior to the event. So
I see.
Yeah.
there's a lot of advertising that I won't even have until July or August.
sure, yeah.
So
This is an event I look forward to every year, you know,
awesome.
like I think was
I
said.
look
you know.
forward to midnight when I get to go home and go to sleep.
I bet you do. I bet you do. But, you know, it is, whoever said it, you know, how often do you get to dance on East First?
Anybody want to make a motion?
So the total numbers between the two that we were talking about is the full amount for this?
We're waiting for a motion.
We're waiting for a motion. So
No.
we
Well, I'm
we
kind of,
technically have, we have the funds available between RTMP and TRT, if, especially if we're including the next.
The next, TRT.
Yeah.
Incoming.
Yeah, the first quarter.
Yeah.
and we have so
So
many,
you're-
how many open
But you
requests
do have.
are gonna be coming in?
Sorry, too many people are talking at once this meeting. I'm
We'll
really
let the chair
getting
call.
frustrated.
Chair call on people.
Okay,
Okay.
Raise your hand if you'd like to be called.
What
I'd like to
what-
talk,
Yeah, what is your question?
my question was, right now, between the two funds, what are we talking about for a total amount for giving the keg and cash?
That is up to us to decide.
Well, I'm saying, what was the general consensus between,
We don't have.
We haven't, that hasn't even been broached yet. So that's the
okay,
point.
that's my.
That's where we're at. How much money do we want to give? Does anybody want to make a motion on that?
I would make a motion for $5,000 on it. Because even though it's coming out at a later time and overtime, we have multiple requests still coming in that we haven't even looked at yet. So I would make a motion of $5,000 divided between the TMP and RTMP funds as you would decide the best thing.
Okay, is there a second?
I would second it, but I would.
I
would add in there that it needs to be 1,000 that comes from the RTMP and 4,000 that comes from the PRT.
TRT. And then what did you have to say?
was just gonna let you know that by my scratches, the upcoming requests, two of which are ready to go for next Tuesday's meeting. We're looking at about $40,000 in additional TRT and RTMP requests.
So
Oh,
So nobody's gonna be happy.
isn't that,
Wait, I'm sorry, why didn't that come up in the beginning of the meeting?
yeah,
Because we didn't discuss them. If you want to know, Concerts in the Park is requesting over $12,000. 4th of July will be requesting about $5,000. Oak Ridge Arts Council is requesting about $10,000. Norfolk Open's 2,500. Tree planting, 2,500.
oh,
Christmas, another 1,000. Triple Summit Challenge, 2,000.
So I would point out that the numbers that I put in there are based on the rules that we're supposed to be following.
Yeah.
It's not based on what I thought people were gonna ask for. So,
All the groups are gonna be asking for a lot of money because they've seen some events get a lot of money. I would too. You know,
Okay.
if I'm seeing the bus fare get 10
May
Gs,
I
I'm gonna ask for 10
Point of
Gs.
clarification. My understanding is many of those,
sorry, this is a committee discussion right now.
okay, I'm just trying to get $1,000 heritage is what you all have
Sorry.
qualified for. So why would people be asking for more?
Who's talking?
Disregard. Okay, so we have a motion for $5,000, with 1,000 of that coming out of RTMP, 4,000 of that coming out of TRT.
And
And
the
we have-
motion was made by Jim, and who was it seconded?
It was
by?
made by me and it hasn't been seconded.
Oh, so, thank you. So it's made by Kelly. No, he made it.
He made it, and then you
added-
seconded.
Oh, I seconded it, but I guess I wanted to designate that one went one way and four went the other way.
Okay,
Yeah.
Sorry.
is there,
You're right.
is there any further discussion on this motion before we take a vote?
Yeah, I'm kind of not comfortable with it the way it is. I would like to, somehow modify it, but, I'm not kind of sure. I
Well,
may be getting tired.
If
forgive
the
me.
motion fails, we can make another motion. So right now it's 4,000 TRT and 1,000 RT.
Yeah, but this is time for discussion. So if there's anything that you want to say, you can say it. And that might help
I see.
people decide how they want
I
to
see,
vote
I
on it.
see. Yeah, I mean, the fact is that, 16 years of this has been grand, wonderful, and look forward to it. I would prefer, to fund what, I don't know your name. Amy, thank you. Asked for. Rather than, which is, so 1,000, I mean, I'm not making a counter, I'm not sure about how that's done.
You're just
You're doing
discussing.
fine. You're giving discussion on the motion.
Okay,
You're giving your opinion to help
right,
people
right. So
decide. how
I'm
they
not
wanna
making a
vote.
counter
No,
thing, okay. Yeah, so what I would prefer is 1,000 out of our THP and then oh, yeah. So then 5,500. I guess we're pretty much. Is that
Not that
exact?
much left. We only
Well-
have 5,000 different.
Yeah, but since this money is coming out in August, we actually do have the money because there'll be another,
it'll grow between now and then.
yeah.
Right, but then we have $0 for the remaining 40,000 in request. Or sorry, 39,000. And this is right, you have to ask for 2,500, they're gonna ask for 1,000. So roughly $35,000 in requests there.
Okay. So
Yeah.
does that help you
35,000 more in requests coming.
change your mind at all?
35,000 more in requests coming onto for us to be dealt with by us on next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, there's approximately 15,000 in front of you, but more applications may come in.
Of course.
So where are we getting up to 40,000 then?
Okay, Concerts in the Park is requesting over 12,000. Triple Summit Challenge will be requesting 2,500. I expect the Oak Ridge, the Art Council to request around 10. I expect the Water Tower project to be 5,000, I don't know.
Big, maybe, I think.
The other disc golf tournament, 2,500. 4th of July, 5,000.
Go down.
This,
But
when I made that motion at $5,000, I tried to balance off their needs versus everything else. And I actually, like, if I was just looking at the numbers, I would say give them the same amount of money as last year, which was $2,500. And I know that is not going to cut it. And so that's why I tried to balance things and say 5,000 and divide it between the two accounts so that we're not starving ourselves for the rest of the year.
Thanks. I see.
Okay. Take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion does not pass.
another
Well, make your counter motion, man.
I'd like to make a motion for $1,000 from the RTMP fund.
Make a motion for what?
$1,000 from the RTMP fund.
I would second that. Because that's what we
And forgive me.
Go ahead.
And
And you seconded it, Jim?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes,
Sorry.
you could make another motion after that. The argument. That's what you're thinking.
oh, no, but this motion,
It's just our team.
Councilor Kenyon, this motion is just for $1,000.
Yes, that is all I'm,
That is all that you're that you're making a motion for.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I don't know how to add this into the discussion, but I also think we should be, if we're gonna follow the city rules, then we need to be hardline. And as Amy said, if we give her more money, then everybody else is gonna ask more money. So everybody on that list, from the Christmas tree planting right on down that have been here forever, are gonna get $1,000 or $1,500. They're not gonna get what they want. Because if we're gonna follow the rules, I agree. If we're gonna follow the rules, let's follow the rules.
But the rules only apply to RTMP.
Okay,
We're still in discussion.
That's why I made the motion for the.
Got it. Okay.
$1,000.
So, so then with the motion that Councilor King just made, we're not, there's nothing from TRT.
No, but someone could make another motion. For a certain
I
amount of.
think we're trying to
This
nibble
motion
away.
is done.
Yes,
Anybody can make any motion they want.
thanks. And thanks for helping with the procedure. I'm new.
I know. I'm sorry.
No,
We're all new here on this. Yes, we really need to.
I need to eat. Okay, so. We had a second on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. $1,000 out of RTMP.
Okay, so we're.
Okay.
So now the rest of it though,
Right, do we have a motion?
I don't have a motion yet. Because I still want to discuss it with you about this. Okay, I understand. But we have a lot of responsibilities for the people coming down the pike, and like $1,000 could be the difference between funding something and not funding something. And again, the years leading up to this year, the request was right around $2,500 a year. And so it jumped up $4,000 this year. I understand, but,
I don't think that's true, though.
oh, okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
He jumped up.
No, I think he's saying that they've only asked for 2,500 in all their prior years.
No, and yeah, I thought that's what we authorized the last time, was like, and then we looked back at
In
it.
1 year, we authorized 2,500, but I don't know without looking how much has been authorized every year before that for the last 15 years.
The previous year to that was, I think we asked for around 37. Or no, we asked for around 31 or 32, and we were actually awarded like 33. That year.
Yeah, that's right.
We submitted our receipts to show that the money was spent. And you guys actually, authorized the payout of the exact receipt amount, which was over the award. It was over the awarded amount that we were expecting. I think you
Yeah,
got.
3383.
So what I was told, because I questioned the check, was that there was extra funds left over, so that's why they did it. I'm just telling.
Oh, no, I think that.
That was kind of like my point,
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
that, you know, they haven't been receiving this level of funding.
Did everything.
Yeah, no.
This year is kind of a bad year to do it,
That
but I
was-
still want to help.
I think that was.
So that's why I came up with the dollar amount I did.
Festival, if I'm correct. It was 22's festival, our first year of like back non-COVID.
Yeah, I see it right here, 2022, $3,383.03.
Yeah, we had
Good point,
requested
Bill.
a little bit less than that.
Now you understand.
And was awarded the amount we requested for that year. But then, yeah, but like I said, the check, because I'm not gonna shortchange an invoice, it's just over and you don't pay it.
So I would make a motion again for $4,000 from the other fund.
You're saying council approved
You
$0?
second that?
I'm saying I never found a motion for it. Which
They must
means,
have, council must have
Think they
approved
heard.
some money.
I don't know, if it was done to not my knowledge, like after the original approval. The
Yeah, approval by
difference,
council.
it could mean that there's just no minutes on the website. There's a lot of reasons why I couldn't find motions.
Oh, you mean on the 2022?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was there like this.
Sorry,
It was, but I don't know about that.
So do we want to give
Sorry.
them TRT money?
I'm sorry that I just interrupted everything like I've been doing, asking people not to.
Yeah, it's late. I think everybody's brains are fried.
Oh, we're almost done.
Yeah.
Well, no,
we're-
well,
Does anybody anybody like to make another motion? Or are we done here? On this matter?
After discussing it with, I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Mike Leand.
Right. I think that if we've already authorized 1,000. If we tried a $4,000 on the other account motion, I don't remember which one, so you'll have to add that in. And see if we have enough votes now to pass the $4,000 from the other fund.
Would you like to make that motion?
I'm making that motion now. I'm trying to explain it so it
Okay, so there's
We
a
have a
motion on the table for $4,000 out of TRT money.
is there a second?
Is there a second?
no,
No second.
you're getting,
Try a different amount.
May I make a motion?
You may make a motion.
A motion for 3,000.
Motion for 3,000.
3,000 out of TRT in addition, well, the motion's already passed.
Do we have a second for 3,000?
yeah, that's less than I was asking for, so.
Okay,
So you're making a second?
yeah.
For 3,000 in TRT.
Any additional discussion?
Well, yes, I mean, are we, is 3,000 too much for what, given what Jim has said?
It's
You made the
not
motion.
3,000.
Well,
We
it's
already
four-
authorized 1,000.
Right, so,
Four.
but three extra thousand from TRT, is that more than, not that they deserve a lot, but that we can really afford, given our situation. Should it be 2,000, for instance?
Well, the motion is for 3,000.
Right now,
You made a motion for 3,000.
It can still be discussed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's discussion, yeah.
So
I would be more comfortable. I hate to cut them too, but if in the last 2 years, 3,000 was the most we gave, then let's do the 1,000 that we already did, and let's do 2,000 out of TRT and make it 3,000.
then I withdraw, may I?
Yes, you can.
Draw.
I withdraw and we'll go ahead and make your.
Okay, my motion would be to be 2,000 out of the TRT fund.
Okay, do we have a second? We have a second for that. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, 4-1. Motion
Passes.
passes. Okay.
We have two more things.
That's how I do. One question.
Yeah.
Do you want me to wait on TRT? I don't know, we can go either way. I'll have invoices before.
Oh, no,
I'll
this
have
is not
invoices.
approved. Council has to approve. This
No,
is-
I understand. I'm just asking the committee because she had brought it up earlier. If you guys are looking for us on the TRT funds to wait until our event's over.
It does not matter to this committee.
Okay,
Thank you.
I know council has to approve. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying here so long.
I just want to point out that we awarded $0 to the chamber. And also, you have $6,000 up there for block grants set aside.
Yeah.
Is that your recommendation to city council? Because that's an issue they are taking up on Thursday during their meetings.
Tomorrow.
How much, I don't know, tomorrow, how much money to put into the block grant program?
And what is the block grant program?
That is for businesses or homeowners on Highway 58 or the uptown to beautify the
Like
city.
repaint their building or put in new trees or whatever,
Or
just to
murals.
make it.
And that's funded by us then? That's not a grant, that's funded by us.
Funded by TRT funds.
Okay, so grant,
Megan is suggested, Megan put in 6,000.
John put that in.
Well, John put that in.
And Megan copied and pasted.
Yeah, Megan copied me.
Dawn.
And just to clarify, the reason why I put in that amount is because I did the research for the last 5 years. How many times per year have people applied for it? The maximum amount of times people applied was 6 times in any 1 year. And the amount used to be only allowed 500.
Right.
Council's recently bumped that up to 1,000. So I thought if we had another 6 people come in and ask, we would need 6,000 to cover that. And that was only 1 out of the 5 years, and it was the 5th year, 5 years ago. Since then, we've only had 1, 2, or maybe 3 requests in a single year.
Under your fiscal year.
Fiscal, I did all my research based on fiscal.
Fiscal, okay, and so that $6,000, would that actually not apply until next fiscal year?
Apply during this current fiscal year. What I'm asking city council tomorrow is how much money of our current TRT money, 25,000, we think we have whatever. How much of that do you want to reserve for the TRT block grant program? Council could say, I want to reserve 20,000 for it. That means this committee only has 5,000 left in TRT funds to spend on events, etc. So I'm suggesting. Oh, it's on, yeah, it's on the agenda. That's fine. So I think this committee should make some kind of recommendation to council since it affects this committee greatly.
Yeah, yes.
So are you
So to
comfortable?
make sure I understand, we should make a recommendation of how much the rest of the TRT funds that we're going to have is going to be set aside for grant programs for the beautification.
And is this Highway 58 only, or is this also uptown?
Uptown.
It's
and
also
between.
uptown. But not houses in between, like I live on the Fish Hatchery, I'm not eligible.
Right.
You have to live in a
In the uptown or highway.
business district.
Okay, so it has to be a business.
No, it can be a house, but you have to be on Highway 58, anywhere on Highway 58.
So
Or
the house
the
across
uptown.
the houses by the pub and everything, any houses along here could get.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Nancy Kelly's house, get it.
He's got a phone number on there, but now, but doesn't have a free. Sorry.
I move that we recommend $6,000 for the block grant.
I will second that.
Great. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Ayes have it, unanimous. Thank you.
The calendar year, or fiscal year.
Yeah, I'd like to say one, I know it's late, I want to say one more thing that I really appreciate all the, you know. We're all we're new here.
Yeah.
And there's a learning
They should be
curve
making.
for procedure and protocol and also just, you know, I don't know, Robert's Rules of Order, which is politeness. And so, I mean, by next Tuesday, which is coming up very quickly, you know, I just, I'll commit to, you know, just raising my hand and, you know, not interrupting so that it goes smoothly. And forgive me for not, you know, knowing that in advance, but I'm gonna.
You did great.
Yeah.
Kelly, before we leave, and Jim, I think a minute ago, James was trying to say if anyone else wanted to make a motion for the chamber, now would be the time
Oh,
before we adjourn this meeting.
Oh, I thought we voted on that.
No.
We have first and double.
It failed and then
Failed, so-
we moved on so that we could get other things going.
The 6,000?
The chamber.
Oh, Chamber of Commerce. Zero.
Well, you didn't recommend zero, just there's no recommendation.
There's no.
Yeah.
Right. So what
I don't think we can fund the position, and I thought that we could fund the website,
Right.
which came out to about $2,000.
And that's probably what council, it's gonna go in front of council. Sure.
Please ask
Don't have
if
record.
anyone wants to make any new motions on the chamber.
Well, I will make a motion on the chamber that we give them $2,500 to cover website.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're still in the meeting.
We got one more thing. That's okay.
We're done.
All right, so there's a motion on the table for $2,500 to fund
The Chamber of
the
Commerce,
Chamber of Commerce.
from which fund?
Partially fund the Chamber of Commerce.
TRT or RTM?
I say.
TRT.
The last vote that we made on the Chamber of Commerce was for how much?
It failed.
It failed.
How much
It
was
was
it
for
for?
5,000, I believe.
Doesn't matter, it failed. It failed. The
Well, I
motion,
know, but if
Oh.
we're talking about the same amount over
No.
again.
No, we're down to 2,000 now. Just to supply the
2,500.
website.
2,500.
Okay,
So you made the motion,
Yes.
who seconded it?
someone second.
I'll second.
Okay, now some discussion.
Discussion?
Yes, so, yeah, so now we gotta, I mean, it was, I'm not sure with, what was her name, Michelle?
Yes.
And very, very strident and very, I mean, she representing her, her organization very well, actually, but, the kind of doomsday thing may not be actual. I mean, that's just up to our intuition and our perspicacity, figure out whether that's true or not.
Right.
And whether, I mean, it's like 2,500 and then they go under, or 2,000. What was the motion for?
2,500.
2,500.
yeah,
So 2,500 and they go under, but I don't think that that's actually, I mean, I know they're overworking and volunteers. She made a good case, but, it was also kind of fairly dramatic and drastic. If Michelle didn't get the position filled. So
Yes.
I'm just putting that.
I don't think that she was saying that the chamber would fold if the position wasn't filled, but chamber would fold if there was no funding for things like website maintenance and all the other just overhead, like, I think there's money for fees for being in the Chamber of Commerce. So there's overhead. And I believe that that is what this motion is for, is not to fund the position, but to fund chamber
We may
administrative.
get on without that position, but I agree, as a tourist, I'm gonna go to the Chamber of Commerce Oak Ridge to see what's going on there, whatever town I go to, so that has value to it.
I'm not understanding your position. Are you saying we shouldn't give them anything? Because when we did the original vote, you voted against it, and we were talking $2,000 then. So did
Well,
you change your
and now
position?
No, we were talking about more than 2,000.
Yeah, whatever.
I think I moved for $5,000 originally.
Yeah, the first motion was 5,000.
Okay, Miss, I didn't remember correctly.
And
All right.
and now we had discussed right at the beginning, because that was the first one we visited, was the chamber, that at the end, right now, that we would revisit it, and so here we are.
So there's a motion for 2,500.
Has it been seconded?
And is that out of TRT?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
All right, so
TRT.
the motion is
It's
for
been
$2,000.
$2,500.
2,500. Has it been seconded?
It has been seconded, and
Okay,
we are in
great. Let's have
discussion
the
about
vote.
that. Any other further discussion on this? All in favor, say aye.
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 Nay.
Okay, 4-1.
For one, okay.
I just didn't want to go through the whole thing and then vote it down again. I did want to help support her.
So
Okay,
there are two hands up online, and somebody said there was gonna be time for public comment.
Oh, gosh.
All right, Vanessa?
Hi, thank you. First of all, just a huge thank you to all of you for doing this. I have been listening for the last how many hours, and I am grateful for you. Second, my apologies for interrupting towards the end in the keg and cask when the 35 to 40,000 additional dollars were brought up. That was asking for a point of clarification because of the points that Amy brought up in the room about keg and cask and heritage events. That is the proper language that I believe we all need to use, not legacy, and that heritage events are only allowed under the rules, per my understanding, under RTMP, and this is tree planting festival, keg and cask, concerts in the park, the festival, tree holidays, anything like that. So if you've been given money more than 3 times with an asterisk, except for the bus fare because of the COVID year, you are now a heritage event. So that's just a point of question, clarification moving forward, might help us all get on the same page.
I
Is
was
that
just gonna answer that question real quick. You are correct, unless you check the box at the bottom of the form.
great, which would then fall under the category of a heritage event of all of those other groups we've just named. being you can ask for more than 1,000 under TRT. You guys could say yes or no, and then it still goes against up for the council to vote on. So that's just another point of clarification that I believe would be wonderful if we all keep getting on the same page as Amy was requested and held to the same standard. So I want to make sure I'm fully understanding that and helping to explain it to others, and that if that's correct, you all are doing the same, because I think that we all are on the same page of wanting it to be fair and equitable as much as possible. So wanted to say that. Also, I was a little confused because I thought part of this meeting when I was here last time with Brock and the bus fare and sitting in on it was for you all to kind of come up with a big picture strategy. I get it that when people are there wanting money, it's hard to do that, but I would continue to encourage this committee to go for a strategy, whether it's deadlines or goals or maybe a tiered or structured system. I know there are the Oak Ridge rules of how we can spend these funds, but it does, I think great points were brought up about for-profit events, nonprofit events, impact proven concepts, etc. Especially, I, of course, am a fan of anyone who proves they're giving money back in our community and documenting that. I think that, reads loud and clear. And as I've talked to other community leaders from a variety of groups, some of which are asking for money or have, they agreed with that. So I would encourage your committee to continue to have, documentation of providing money back in, however that looks to the city or other ways. And then again, I would ask perhaps this committee clarifies the rainy day fund of the $10,000 you set aside.
That's a recommendation.
Fiscally, or when is it used? When can it be tapped in? Who does that call for? Is it because the Lane County said we might not get a couple, much in a couple years? Like, I was confused on where that lies. And then same with block grants. If we don't use that $6,000, could somebody come back and ask for that in October or November? Just a little confusion. And again, thanks for listening to all this, and thank you for your hard work. I know that this is a challenging issue. I love that there are so many great organizations and events trying to create good things, but as we know, we don't have enough money to give them all, and I'm just thankful for your time. And thanks for letting me have this moment to share.
Thank you, Vanessa. Okay, Dan, you had your hand up?
Yeah, and I do apologize, like Vanessa, I appreciate the time and energy that the committee has put in what would graciously be called a meeting from hell. But to clarify a few things, as far as the keg and cask request, well, first off, there's been a lot of talk about rules, okay? Just to remind this committee, the rules as far as distribution, TRT primarily exist for beautification, things like the water tower or the billboard, or hanging baskets uptown, or whatever. TRT serves for beautification for pretty much anything in either one of the either the business district or the highway commercial district. And the purpose or the goal of TRT funds is a promotion and development of tourism in the Oak Ridge area through city beautification and development of recreational and tourist facilities to increase Oak Ridge as a tourist destination. Tonight, as I understand it, the committee has voted to approve, let's see, 25 and so 17, between $15,000 and $17,000 in TRT requests that have absolutely nothing with beautifying, improving the curb appeal to encourage tourists to stop and do whatever. Between 15 and 20,000 of a fund, intended to beautify the city is being recommended to council to events that have absolutely nothing to do with beautifying. The Uber request was approved in full to include refurbishing a billboard that as agreed, the city on paper it would actually be a city billboard, and Uber would be taking care of the upkeep and maintenance. So Uber 10 years ago agreed for upkeep like $1,000, or the hanging baskets uptown. Nothing wrong with them. I'm a big fan of flowers and hanging baskets and all that sort of thing. But it would make better sense if individual businesses that are putting these baskets in front of their business would go and buy their own hanging basket, and then Uber, maintains, waters them and so on and so forth. The same as what was done several years ago on the highway, where Don Kordowski and I spent a weekend putting up brackets and hanging baskets after we got permission from Link Electric and NoDOT to do it. Businesses bought the plants. Don and I put them up for them. And because of the traffic and people that didn't realize they had to be watered once in a while, they didn't last, they had a real short lifespan. And I don't think that the Keg and Cask has been singled out as a heritage event. We're talking about an event that for all, or most at least, of the 16 years of its existence has received room tax money, including years where it was clearly ineligible for it, or they missed deadlines or so on and so forth. I don't think the 16 years later, they're being picked on being deemed a heritage event, which should, I agree, should apply to concerts in the park or tree planting, sugar plum, whatever that have been going on forever. Those are also heritage events. So if you're looking at a $10,000, $12,000 request from concerts in the park, they've been subsidized going back to Kevin Urban and Vivian Erickson a lot of years. And to say that a for-profit, and the bus fare is not a fair example, because in fairness, this is the fourth time they've requested funding. They've received funding 3 times, but 1 year they didn't have an event through no fault of their own. So basically this, in my opinion, would be the third and therefore final year that the bus fare would receive funding, because they also would become a heritage event based on the 3-year limit on for-profit events. RTMP serves to put heads on beds, or as briefed by the gal from Lane County, something that could reasonably be expected to put heads on beds by a rational person thinking. So they serve very different purposes. And to take money from TRT for other than its intended purpose, or RTMP, same deal. This committee has guidelines set forth by council and should adhere to those guidelines. And recommending, when council decides $1,000 for Keg and Cask, last July, to take and go beyond that $1,000 and pull another $2,000 out of the TRT, that's contrary to council direction, in my opinion. And an advisory committee to the council shouldn't be. That's not what they should be doing. I really like the idea of the Sasquatch Festival, but again, it's not a TRT qualified event. And, I think it's going to be a success. And I'd be more than happy to be a sponsor and throw the Cascade Motel logo on their advertising, so on and so forth. And I think they could probably get others that would sponsor, for a fee and generate some funds that way. It's just all over the place as far as, well, let's play by the rules, let's not play by the rules. And I think this committee and council, these are grants, period. TRT or RTMP, they are grants. And the entity given the grant, i.e. the city, has every right to understand how that grant money is spent, be it private or, when they apply for a grant, they are subject to that, same as the city applying for the grant. The person given that grant wants to know how the money is spent. And I think that's well within the expectation by where that money's coming from. The fee waivers are fine. What that does is take money from the Parks Department, period. And generally, and a little bit from the OIP. So generally, we shortchange the Parks Department with these fee waivers. That's revenue they're not getting for rental. And, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. So first thing this committee needs to do, in my opinion, is to familiarize themselves with, the direction they've been given and follow that direction. Will it be painful for people that have an insatiable appetite for every room tax dollar ever generated? No, that appetite will always exceed the funding. It almost always does. But this committee has a duty to follow the guidance that has been provided them.
Thank you, Dan.
Yep.
I would point out that, just for your benefit, Dan, James did point out that the TRT guidelines, as they're currently written and approved by council, do authorize use of TRT funds. Well,
Both.
TRT and RTMP for tourism, tourist events.
And it also, if you go down to general fund information, number 6, TRT funds shall not be used to finance private business activities that are not directly related to the beautification of the business or for the direct purposes of increasing tourism. Specifically says that.
Can I see that?
It is in the transit room tax guidelines under general fund information toward the bottom, number 6.
To the beautification of the business for the direct purposes of increasing tourism.
And as far as increasing or promoting tourism, instead of a promoter saying, well, yeah, we generate, we promote tourism, we do that. They're going to say that, but what is the actual data to support that claim?
These are private businesses, though, not
Organizations, not events, yeah. So the coffee shop couldn't ask for TRT funds to buy coffee.
Well, like I said, you're giving 15 to 20,000 in TRT, according to tonight's meeting, that don't serve the purpose of, beautification.
Well, no, that's just for the block grant. TRT funds can be used for promotion and development of tourism to Oak Ridge, or beautification on private or public land, development of recreational or tourist facilities.
I'm just reading off the room tax guidelines that I printed
Right.
out from the city site.
right. But Dan, what we're pointing out, that the number 6 that you mentioned says shall not be used to finance private business activities. We did not authorize private business activities today for TRT. We authorized events.
Right,
Which-
that have nothing to do, RTMP is about events, TRT is about beautification.
I just said the wrong word. I'm talking only about TRT right now. TRT, we did not authorize any TRT funds today for private businesses. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm seeing 2,500 for the bus fare, I'm seeing,
That's an event.
yeah, it's TRT.
Well, we're gonna get on the rabbit hole. We have more hands up from
We have
committee members and council.
Yes,
So we can move on.
may I call you Dan? This is Mike. You know, we already made our recommendations, you know, and they've been voted on and they'll be presented to the council. And of course, that is probably at this point, your objections to anything that we already made recommendations on will be made to the council, and I've often seen you there, so I assume that you'll be doing that.
I believe we have an opening on this committee too.
Okay, Chrissy, are you still with us?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So first I want to echo what Vanessa said. Thank you guys for doing this tonight. I've watched, not quite the whole meeting, but I've watched multiple meetings the last couple months, so thank you. I, for one, know how much it takes to understand RTMP and TRT. I spent 5 years in it trying to understand it. And I feel like I do understand it really well at this time. So my comment tonight is really, as you guys know, I am an event coordinator for several events in Oak Ridge and also a city councilor. So one of my concerns is that when the committee doesn't follow the policy that's set forth, it loses credibility. And it not only loses credibility for the policy, but also the committee and the council. And I say that as an event coordinator, it is frustrating. I see Amy Kelly's frustrations. I've had my own frustrations, and I've applied for funding for the 4th of July Independence Festival for 2 years now. So this year I'll be applying again, my 3rd year. And every year I've only asked for the $2,500 because that's what the dollar was set. And I feel like that's what the policy was. So that's what I should ask for the event. However, this year I do plan to ask for something additionally out of TRT. But when I read through the policy, I really tried to make the portion that I'm going to ask for out of TRT follow the beautification standards under TRT, which really goes along with what Mr. Barclay is talking about. And perhaps council needs to have more discussion around the TRT, but one of the things I heard tonight was a lot of discussion about how TRT is the same as RTMP. And if that's the case, then it all should all be put in one pool. But I think we all know that truthfully, there is a segregation there. And we're kind of just, you know, going in this gray hair area and using a loophole to kind of pull beautification money out of the TRT and then put it in events. So, you know, I would like the council if they could kind of, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'm hoping that the committee can try to think about that, the TRT money, we do need that money to be for beautification and those types of things. If we're gonna just take that money for beautification.
It is absolutely not just for
Hold on,
beautification. It says
okay,
promotion
James-
and development of tourism.
James, I believe this is my public comment.
Okay. All right.
Wow,
Chrissy, go ahead.
I'll end
Chrissy?
it. I'll end it.
Okay,
Thank you, Chrissy.
thank you, Chrissy.
Thanks, Chrissy.
If council would like to give further input, we are certainly willing to take it, but the way that we have read the guidelines that as they are written, it seems like, and we also had, you know, Lane County come in and talk to us last meeting about how these dollars can be used, and our understanding was that they are very similar. And so if Oak Ridge City Council would like to provide us more strict guidelines, we would be happy to follow that here on this committee. We are a new committee and we are working hard to figure out the best way to use these dollars. So we welcome your input on that.
I would say that I'd like to just add really quickly, everything that Dan was saying and everything that Chrissy was saying, and I would agree, has been historically the understanding of council as to how funds should be spent in the 2 different funds.
Yes.
But as James pointed out today, the words in this guidelines unfortunately do leave wiggle room to be interpreted a whole different way. And so, yes, I think this whole, I mean, how many times have all of these rules been revised in order to hopefully make it easy to go through this process? But it still isn't. It's a freaking nightmare.
Right, but from talking to Lane County people directly, individual, before that meeting, they're like, oh, we don't want to be too strict. It's up to the city. As long as it brings tourists to your area, it's okay under RTMP or TRT, because as Dan Barclay noted, technically it's all from the same money. It's all transit room tax. So it's totally okay if the event or the painting promotes
Yeah.
tourism, it's okay under TRT. It's also okay under RTMP. If it's for beautification. it's
Yeah,
okay
and
under
had you've let me finish, I would have furthered that and said that council needs to tighten up and decide what we want you guys to follow. That's what I was getting at.
And I'm sorry I snapped.
I think it's really late. I need a cigarette. Does anybody need a shot?
I need a lot of things. The thing I really need is for this meeting to end. I so appreciate everybody's willingness to stick around for this, for everybody's insight and everybody's comments. We are really trying to figure this out and do the best that we can for this community. I hope you will all keep that in mind, that we are really trying our hardest here. So, thank you all. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chrissy. And may I say one thing? I am.
As we're leaving.
As really that I'm extremely grateful and impressed with everybody in this room for how seriously everybody has taken this. You know, I mean, it's just an advisory. You know, we're reading what, you know, and a few of us, some of us are new.
We're all new.
We're working it out and learning a lot, you know, I mean, if any of us stick around, you know, we will become RTMP and TRT.
A friend of mine would say that
Which is highly needed.
my recliner is calling.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Good night.
And I'm
Thank
sorry, I didn't mean to walk away. I thought the night was over.
No. I don't know, this has been the hard one. Thanks, Kelly. I thought oh, listen, you know how much we actually did though? I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You ought to give yourselves a.
Do it all again on Tuesday.
Next week.
Councilor King.
Yeah.
You know,